we go, we're back. Apparently, we haven't even started the game and we've already been cursed by Raging Loop. Have fun with your workout, Guinea. Sketching is better than chores, but do what you gotta. Yeah, you got time. We're not going anywhere for some time. You had to see refresh to see welcome back. Yeah, you're okay. Nothing happened except the opening sequence. Um, no, I have a dual screen setup, so I can see OBS just fine. I just can't click out of the game, or else we're gonna have a weird pause / sudden blank. Anyway, Raging Loop. If you haven't looked up the premise of this game, we're stuck in a village where there's a werewolf. And the werewolf is out for blood. Because they're a werewolf. It's partially horror, partially mystery. And one of the translators, if not the only translator, I'm not sure, is the same guy behind Steins Gate. You're watching on an iPad, so it's delayed, and it apparently doesn't handle stream restarting well. The Mills, it covers my voice? Alright, let's try this. You see what I mean by alt-tabbing means the music has a sudden freak out. Let's try adjusting this a little. Okay, is it better? I can also change the options in here, I guess. Instead of... Oh wait, no, here we are. I can change it in here instead of OBS. But, it's apparently not letting me. I'm trying here. I'm trying. Good thing this is good then. If you weren't around last time when I kicked in to show the introduction, Raging Loop has a bit of a time limit on it. It knows people stream games online or put let's play videos online.
ペコリようこそノベルアドベンチャーゲームレイジングループの世界へ。私は単なるドルに足らないインターフェイス的キャラクターです。そうですね、リカコとでもお呼びください。ここでは初めてプレイなさる皆様にこのゲームの遊び方を簡単にご説明いたしたいと存じます。いくつか変わったところのあるゲームですので、最初はぜひとも全部の説明をお読みいただきたいと思います。特に動画配信をなさる方は4動画やシェアについてだけでも必ずお読みくださいね。最後まで読んでいただけたら私のセクシーな画像が見られません。世間は厳しゅうございます。さめざめ。
What a society we live in.
さて、何からご説明いたしましょう。
Let me move the mouse cursor out of the way. Because I'm using a controller for this.
レイジングループはノベルアドベンチャーゲームというジャンルでございます。小説のように文章で物語が綴られ、読んで楽しむゲームです。世に言う人狼ゲームと深く関係する物語ではありますが、人狼ゲームそのものではないのでご注意を。
So like it says, and like I mentioned at the beginning, we've got a werewolf in the village, and we're gonna have to find out who it is.
スーパー人工知能リカコ20人と永遠の人狼ゲームを楽しめるとご期待された方、すみません。さめざめ。もちろんただの小説ではございません。時折現れる選択肢によって物語が変化するすごい小説なのです。キャラクターたちが生き生きと描写され、生き生きとボイスをしゃべります。せっかくの声をお楽しみになるためや、突如絶叫が響き渡らないためにイヤホンなどされるのも良いかと。
Alright, chat, I hope your neighbors do not mind the sound of anguish screams, or that you have headphones. If they do happen to mind the sound of anguish screams... Hi, Rick. You're here because Ekdice has recommended me in his top 8. That's a new thing that Twitch is rolling out for when you're offline. Hi, Greenie. I think it's just whoever's most recently streamed, and it's whoever is on your auto host. But yeah, no, I hope your neighbors don't mind the sound of anguish screams.
とっても大ボリュームな物語ですので、没頭しすぎて数日徹夜なんてことになるやもご注意くださいね。
You will make sure to blare those anguish screams to your neighbors, Pancat. Well, if they begin losing sleep, you can blame it on how obscenely lengthy the story is.
なお、もうご存知かと思いますが、レイジングループは架空の殺人事件、恐怖事件を扱ったお話です。サスペンス、スリラー、ホラー、そして謎に挑み解決するお話がお好きのあなたにぴったりの物語。もちろんこの物語は作り事で、実際の人物や団体や思想や事件などとは一切関係がございません。
Total fiction, guys. Not based on a true story.
作中の学問知識、歴史、宗教、神話、科学、医学等の知識は 創作を含みます。テストに書いたら0点です。さめざめ。
Also, if any of you have finals coming up, for whatever reason, please do not rely on Raging Loop to be your study guide.
そして描かれる犯罪や惨劇については現実のそんな行為を推奨する意図など全くございません。
And the ultimate disclaimer, here be crimes, do not commit.
そんな感じで現実との区別をしっかりおつけになったらもう大丈夫。本作を思いっきり楽しんでくださいね。
Game is very sure you're intelligent enough to not conflate the game and the real world. I don't know, chat. I hope you are. Alright. Special functions and standard functions are more about gameplay mechanisms. Basically, choices and being able to go back. So let's just go straight to the main story. Videos and sharing is just reminding you, hey, only share up to a certain part. We'll hit you with a reminder of a sheep once we get to that point.
とても長くなってしまいました。ここまでお読みいただき誠にありがとう存じます。それではいよいよ物語の始まりです。限りなく濃い霧と血煙の向こう、繰り返される絶望と悲嘆の果て、人狼村の真実をどうかその目でご覧くださいませ。ペコリ。
Doom just had an epilepsy warning. It kind of feels like the kind of game that should have had an epilepsy warning from the start. All those, the flashing gunfire. There's going to be crimes, Guinea? Oh yes, we're going to be very gay and do crimes. I closed in on the side of the road and killed the engine. It was steeper than I thought. My bike was on the verge of giving out, so I pushed down and deployed the kickstand. Well, I'm lost. Maybe taking a ride down an unknown road with no sat-nav on me wasn't such a good idea. I just followed the road, so I figured I wouldn't get lost, but now I was in some deep shit. No, cool it. This isn't a big deal. I sighed, took note of the fact that I'd gotten lost in my pocket journal, and then pulled out a map. Suddenly, a rush of memories flooded into my mind. And here are some of the special mechanics that we totally skipped in that opening bit. We get choices from time to time. Some of those choices are locked with key bits of information that we'll find later in the story. For now, we can only forget these memories. You hate the font with a passion, Rick. It's a choice. You can't imagine werewolf crimes being worse than Saya no Uta crimes. Saya no Uta is a special breed of horror visual novel. This is not that special breed. This is werewolf mystery. I somehow kept myself from remembering those things. After all, I'd gone on this trip to forget.
もうやめやめ、目の前の現実を直視。人生はシンプル。つまりこの道のごとく真っ暗で道案内もなく進むか返すか考えることはそれだけ。
All you gotta do is think about going forward or backwards on the road of life, says Haruaki. I don't know. There are some side paths sometimes. Sometimes you gotta figure out if you go left or right. or make your own path. Going back wasn't an option in this case, so I just moved forward. Still, I wanted to know where I was, at least, so I looked down at my map. It was all Greek to me. Last time I'd seen a sign, it was still light out, meaning that I'd gotten lost after the sun had set. Sure, it was my own fault for just guessing which intersections I'd been passing through, and that it'd taken me 2 hours to conclude I was lost. This guy's not very good at traveling. Crazy to think that just 2 hours of aimless driving got me almost completely surrounded by mountains. They extended as far as the eye could see. If you flipped the scenery upside down and shook it, it's unlikely even a shred of civilization would tumble out. Besides the asphalt below, my sweet ride, and the lamppost above, the first one in a while, mind you, there was nothing man-made here. The pocket map I had wasn't detailed enough for me to figure out where I was.
進むか。
I'd go as far as I could. Worst comes to worst, I could just camp at the side of the road. Two hours later, I deeply regretted ever thinking that. He got lost 2 hours in, and then he drove another 2 hours to get even more lost. Basically, camping wasn't an option. This mountain road had no side to camp on. A dump truck I'd passed barely even fit on it. I also had my first close encounters with wild forest animals. I'd already seen 2 boars and 3 deer in those 2 hours alone. One of the deer had run parallel to my bike while intently staring at me, and I had no idea what to think of that. I felt like it could smell my fear, and did it just to make it worse. How dare the thing do that to a human? We're the kings of the planet, damn it! I'd have to remember to eat some venison once I came back to civilization. That's one way to take revenge on Bambi. Anyway, camping out here was a bad idea. I'd end up as either roadkill or animal food. Can't camp here, there's fucking deer. Rick, in Kyoto, in Nara, not Kyoto, there's that Japanese city famous for deer that you can feed. The deer are running wild in the streets there right now because there's no tourists to feed them. They will totally splay you on the mountainside. And yet, I didn't back out. Why? Because I'm a pretty warped sort of guy, and I won't pretend otherwise. That was actually the reason why my once comfortable relationship had gone awry, and why I'd gone on this stupid trip. Still, despite acknowledging that, I chose to keep moving forward. It wasn't like I'd find a place to stay if I went back. I was actually starting to think that this experience might make a good conversation piece sometime down the road. It was really getting late at this point. Where would these roads take me, anyway? It'd probably be disappointing. Soon enough, the road became flat. I was out of the mountain pass. The forest remained abundant, though, so I still didn't see much. Even so, the streetlights and signs were enough to make me feel I was again nearing civilization. Was streetlights the right expression for lights in a forest? I'd have to look that up. As the road grew less rugged, I realized just how exhausted I was. All this bike handling had left my hands really sore, too. I really had to rest. Suddenly, I saw something unexpected. Powerful, colorful, artificial lights. A convenience store? He should really look at the road? Yeah, he probably should. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. It was next to an intersection between the road I was on and another even thinner road that could probably support only a single car. The sea of trees ended, giving room for the majestic child of our consumerist society. And now we are in Resident Evil 2. Yeah, we're at a convenience store. The majestic child of our consumerist society. Yeah, that was an exaggeration. Apparently even a damn store was a big deal for someone who just stepped out of the wild. It was called Fresh Market. I'd seen several of them a few times during the day. It was probably a local franchise. The building didn't look all that old. At least the parking lot looked a lot smoother compared to the roads. This was a pretty weird place to build something like that, though. Was I close to a settlement? Or did they actually make a profit off of lost travelers? I just asked that or something. A local shopkeeper was bound to know what was around these parts, not to mention I was thirsty. I was welcomed by a weird chime sound. It looked like a normal convenience store. There were goods on the shelves, a counter on the left, and... Whoa! The worker at the counter was so mean-looking, it was scary. She was so imposing, I wouldn't have doubted if someone told me she was in charge of some ladies' army corps. Was that supposed to be a greeting? It was so damn cold, it actually gave me chills. Was the store shadier than it appeared? Was I about to be stupidly overcharged? Was this how this place made a profit? By taking advantage of lost people and basically beating them out of their money? This guy has an imagination. Shit, that was scary. The white text with the sometimes white background is unfortunate. It is. But it doesn't look like I have any way to change that. Like, it's not even letting me make adjustments. It's not letting me make adjustment with the mouse, but apparently it's just fine with the controller. Okay, then. Let's try this now. Let's make that a little more transparent. Text speed fast. And here we are. How's that? We learned something new. Yeah, we did. Clearly, the Wonderland had only just begun. Woohoo! I sure was excited for the meeting. I grew more nervous and less enthusiastic by the second. I braced myself, but she just looked down at a magazine in her hands. Oh, so she was just a slacker. Slightly disappointed, I walked around the store. It was about what you would expect. There was a small shelf with energy drinks, followed by some stationaries, travel goods, sanitary stuff, etc. There were sweets that came with toys, a shelf of cup ramen and dried food, a fridge, a freezer. It all looked normal. Clearly, the toilet paper hoarders haven't raided this store yet. It was late, so the daily dish and packed lunch section was completely empty. The only special thing about this place was the section full of unpacked vegetables you'd expect to see at a greengrocer's. Maybe all rural convenience stores were like this? I was slightly surprised by that, but there weren't any local fine foods or anything, so all in all, it was an unremarkable store. If you ignored the clerk, anyway. I took a drink and brought it to the register. Yep, she really was the highlight of this place. What kind of clerk smokes while dealing with a customer? Yes, I was actually buying. She was the clerk. And I'd be her god, the customer. We're playing a douche.
126 yen.
She didn't even scan it! This exchange was at the mercy of the clerk. God is dead! Maybe I had to get mad at her?
ちょっといいですか？ 実は道に迷ってしまって。
I quickly turned meek.
町はどっちにあるでしょうか？
あっち。
Where can I find the nearest town? There.
いや、できれば地図とか。
ない。
Man, this woman.
いや、そんなはずはないでしょ。コンビニなんて大体道聞かれるから、地図は常備してるもんでしょ。
知らねえよ。ないもんはねえ。おとなしく来た道戻れよ。
もう数時間迷ってるもんで、これ以上はちょっと。
その辺の床で寝てけば。
She had to be joking.
いや、お気持ちだけでいいんで、道だけちゃんと教えていただけたら。
ああ、もうせえな。合ってろ。
The clerk put out her smoke in the ashtray and went on to the staff-only area. We made her do her job. Why is this dude like this? You understand why his girlfriend left him? Yeah, he's something, isn't he? She came back in no time.
あったわ。
So she did have a map. Of course she did. Even more ill-tempered than usual, the clerk started giving an explanation.
これがこの店。で、十字路を北へ行け。しばらくしたら立教があっから渡れ。最初の分岐のとこに大岩があっからそこを右折してあとは直線。
この道？
んだよ。
That's an amazing face she's making right now. Like she's about to rear her head back and spit at him.
いや、この先何もなくないです。
書かれてねえだけで集落があんだよ。
そこ以外なら？
富士吉村まで行くには峠道を2時間。こっちなら30分で着く。
Fujiyoshi seemed to be a village. It didn't look too far away, but the road leading to it was a huge branching mess. It was clearly just a paved mountain pass. I'd had enough of those for one day. I'd probably just get lost again.
じゃあ、こっち行ってみます。ありがとうございます。
金。
はい。
払ってねえだろ。茶のやつ。
ああ、じゃあ500円。
Oh, it would have been amazing if she had made him pay for forgetting directions.
なぜお釣りを無断で募金箱に入れるんですか？
小銭多いとうぜえだろ。
That was one hell of a line. I casually thanked her, grabbed a plastic bottle of tea. She didn't give me a bag, by the way, and left the store. Dude, you don't need a bag for a bottle. Where are you going to hold the bag? You're on a fucking bike. I drank the tea in the parking lot and looked up at the moon, obscured by clouds, but still bright enough to outshine the light of the convenience store. The clerk put me in a bad mood, though, so I didn't enjoy the sight. I threw the bottle into a nearby trash can and aggressively drove away. You didn't even need a bag! I don't like this dude very much. Just wanting useless bags. Following the directions, I crossed the overpass and arrived at the first fork in the road. The byway she told me about was really narrow. I probably wouldn't have noticed it were it not for the tall boulder, standing there like a roadside shrine for some traveler deity. Turning carefully, I got on the road. A minute later, I found myself in an even worse wilderness than before. A veil of dead leaves covered the ground. Tall grass sided the path, and the sky above was blocked by overgrown shrubs, making it feel like I was passing a wooden tunnel. The road itself was a huge red flag. It was a wonder why I didn't just turn around. The exchange from before might have pissed me off more than I thought. Are we supposed to like this guy? Um, I'm not sure if Japan recently instated a bag kind of law, like an anti-plastic bag ban, but usually in convenience stores, like they'll offer you a bag even for a small bottle. So to him, he's just like, "Yo, you're not doing your job at all," and to us, to her, it's like, "Yo, you're a douche. Shut up. Go." Still, I really didn't expect the road to just end. It happened about 15 minutes in. The view ahead suddenly turned strangely dark, and a split second later, the bike tipped forward. I reflexively hit the brakes, but it was too late. I started going down a cliff. My bike tilted downwards, and its suspension was put to the greatest test yet, as we basically tumbled down to the bottom. The headlights suddenly shone on some dirt and grass. I knew then that I'd be flung out of my seat. Stifling a scream, I tried to work some steering and brake magic to slow down without collapsing. But that was too big a task for a simple road bike. At the bottom of the cliff, it jumped higher than ever before. The suspension couldn't handle the impact, and I was launched into the air. A moment later, I heard a crash and felt an impact, after which came an unpleasant pain. Was he not watching where he was going? He said the road turned really dark all of a sudden. An accident where I was flung out like that was a first for me. The launch was really something, too. I did a 360 in the air and fell on my back. My breathing stopped for a moment, and the pain was so bad I thought all my bones shattered. My face and limbs seemed pretty fine, at least. No, I wasn't sure if that counted as a silver lining. There was grass under my hands. I felt it even through the gloves. That and the smell of green made it pretty clear what I had landed on. I pushed down, and my hands sunk. This grass growth was pretty hefty. It was probably the reason why I came out relatively okay. Sure, my joints creaked when I stood up, but aside from that, I was fine. It was really dark, so I couldn't really confirm it, but I was pretty sure I wasn't even bleeding. Unfortunately, that means it is not time to switch main characters. He fell off a cliff and came out okay. My bike, however, wasn't nearly as lucky. It's probably time to switch bikes. It was lying on its side, a short distance ahead. The engine was still on. The back wheel kept on turning, making an unpleasant, fricative noise. Yep, it was busted. I walked up, killed the engine, and took the key. With the headlights off, I was surrounded by absolute darkness, so I just stood and waited until my eyes adjusted. I still couldn't see very clearly, but it looked like this actually wasn't a cliff. I was still on a road. It just wasn't paved beyond this point. Obviously, a road bike stood no chance against an unpaved road. That woman actually tried to kill me. Zigzagging through the trees, I followed the narrow footpath deeper into the forest. I tried getting my bike up and running again, but instantly gave up. It was partially stuck in mud, so there was the risk of it slipping and getting me into another accident. Maybe I had to turn around. The moment I considered that, I thought I saw a faint light ahead. If that woman wasn't lying, this road led to a settlement. Was I close? I reached into my jacket's pocket, took out my phone, and opened it up. As you'd expect, I was out of range. I ran the light app and shone a light to see better. Though weak, it was better than nothing. At the very least, it helped me watch where I was going. I had no idea how long I'd been walking for. But sure enough, I could see a light beyond the shrubs. It was weaker than expected. A flashlight, perhaps? I could hear water, too. I might have been near a river.
すいません
I raised my voice.
すいません誰かいませんか
Still declaring my presence, I walked forward. It was late at night. Were I to bump into someone here, the scare would probably take away a few years of our lives. That was why I figured it was best for us both to let the other know we were here before that happened. However, there was no response. Could they not hear me over the rapids? Hello, I'm awaiting death! Basically, come and kill me, I'm right here!
すいません
I shone my light ahead and realized I'd made it to an opening. Sure enough, there was a river. Or a stream, rather. I could see slightly more than I had while surrounded by trees. Straining my eyes, I saw a rocky river beach in the shallows. The light I'd seen was on the other side. From what I could tell, it was either a lantern or a flashlight, and it was close to the ground. I didn't see any people, though. No one responded to my shouting, either. I wasn't excited about it, but I decided to step into the water. The cold water quickly soaked my shoes and socks. I could have taken them off, but I figured that crossing a river barefoot at midnight was a bad idea. But man, it was cold. I put my phone back into my jacket. I needed both my hands free in case I fell. Not stopping or backing down, I walked toward the light. It suddenly became deeper. The water reached my knees now. That was too close for comfort. Feeling the bottom with my toes and balancing myself, I somehow avoided losing my footing. The flow was fiercer than I expected. If I slipped and fell, I'd probably be washing away. It suddenly hit me I was doing something really weird, but it was too late to back down. Putting my hands on the boulders and carefully checking what I was stepping on, I gradually made it to the other side. Then, with an unpleasant wet sound in my every step, I walked up to the light. Oh, that is an unpleasant wet sound. The little squish, 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 squish. When you're soaking wet and walking. I could already see it clearly. Yep, it was a flashlight, lying on the ground for some reason. There wasn't much space here. It was a narrow riverbank with a cliff right beside it. As you'd expect, I didn't see or sense anyone nearby. What the hell? Though old, the flashlight was working fine. The strength of the light told me the battery was pretty full. That meant someone was actually using this tonight. Or rather, until just a few moments ago. That was the most logical conclusion. It obviously wasn't left here yesterday afternoon or evening. And yet, the user was nowhere in sight. And I was near a river. Did something bad happen? Did the flashlight's owner step into the stream and get swept away? That was the most likely and worst possible scenario. However, the flashlight was left there practically buried in the pebbles. It didn't seem like someone placed it there to light things up. It was the dead of night. There was no way you wouldn't notice dropping your flashlight when it was so dark. Right. The fact that a light source was left in a place like this was strange by itself. With that considered, what was going on here? What if someone heard my stupid shouting and decided to lure me in with light so they could ambush me? Basically, I'm a meatbag. Boy, I hope there aren't any flesh-eating werewolves out here. Where would they attack from? Above?
こんばんは。
I heard a voice the moment I looked up. The rock cliff was actually made of several boulders. There was a face peeking from behind one of them.
こんばんは
あー、人だ。びっくりした。
That was my line.
悪いんだけど、それ取ってもらえます？
The voice was feminine. I finally realized what was going on.
落としたってわけですか
I picked up the flashlight and pointed it at the source of the voice.
やん
High-pitched voice, slender hands shielding the light. Sure enough, it was a young woman.
眩しいな
失礼。ちなみにこっちはこういうものですが。
怖いです下から照らさない
実は当方道に迷っており。
だとすると割と究極的に迷ってますよ
Yeah, dawned as much.
ここって人里です。
難しい質問だな
とりあえず助けてもらえないかと。
He's still holding her light. He's holding her flashlight hostage.
助ける
雨露しのげて野生動物がいなければ何でもいいんで。
But especially to wild animals. Standing on a boulder, the young woman made a pensive face.
じゃあ打ち来ます
And that was the conclusion she'd arrived at. Her face told me she was 100% serious. Place. My place. By that, she surely meant a house. A settlement. You've seen porn that starts off like this? It is very close to a porn. They're gonna go back to her place and get it on with swanky music. Wow, wow, wow.
いいんです。頼んどいてなんですが、遠慮を忘れてすがりたい程度には切羽詰まってるんですが。
That doesn't help with the porn comment we just made. What he basically said was he wasn't gonna refuse out of politeness. But not hold myself back.
男として
Okay, that was intentional.
ええ。いや違う。一個の生命として。数時間迷った挙句、バイクでこけて、心身ともに限界ってわけです。
あららなら見捨てるのもどうよって感じじゃないです一個の生命として
Oh no, translated. That was intentional, apparently. I trust this translator. What am I streaming? The new Bang Bros flick, apparently. And so I was saved. Oh, the beauty of living beings looking out for each other.
じゃあ手いいです
ん？
そこ一人じゃ登れないでしょ
True. Honestly, I didn't even realize I'd have to. Meeting another person filled me with relief, which was followed by a sudden wave of fatigue. It wasn't crippling, though. She extended her left hand, so I grabbed it with my own left. Her slender fingers were stronger than expected. The girl's name was Chiemi Serizawa. I asked if she was related to the Shinsengumi guy, but she said that her family just adopted the name at some point in the Meiji period. She was a 21-year-old who went to a college far away from here. This was her hometown, and she was spending her post-exams vacation here. We chatted about stuff like that once she'd let me out of the rocky ravine. There was actually a proper path, so the rock climbing was pretty pointless, but I was too focused on my footing to comment. She told me about herself as soon as we reached solid ground.
ちなみにそちらは
名前は久石春明。東京で大学院生やってます。
あ、じゃあちょっと年上
24だから芹沢さんと3つ違いかな。
ちえみでいいですよ敬語とかもいらないです
じゃあ僕も呼び捨てタメ口がいいな。
ですか
女の子に親しくされてるみたいで嬉しいからね。
Please kick him back down the cliff.
なるほど実は私も堅苦しいの苦手なんでじゃあ遠慮なく
どうぞどうぞ。ちなみにまだ結構遠い？
そうでもないかな。もう5分くらい頑張りましょい。
What a lively girl. You could tell she was used to people.
ただ足元に気をつけて。明かりだけ見て。
何かあるの？
この辺石ころだらけで危ないんだ。
The moment she said that, I stumbled on a rock too big to be called a pebble.
あと今夜はずいぶん暗いしね。
I couldn't even see the moon anymore. Nodding in agreement, I focused on following the light in her hand.
ちょっと待っててもらえます？着替えちゃうんで。
And so, I did just that. Given this was a mountain settlement, I'd expected some old wooden house. But she actually lived in an apartment block. It was too dark to get a good look at it. All I could see were the cheap-looking walls, like you'd expect from some old boarding house for students. Also, she lived on the second floor, in room 202. I heard some raindrops as we were climbing the rusty stairs, but now it was really pouring. Between that, the darkness, and the large tree right next to the building, it was nearly impossible to see what was going on outside. I felt like I was all alone in a world of nothing but the walls, the door, and the fluorescent lamp above my head. Made me feel somewhat helpless. I distracted myself from that by imagining her changing. Nope! Drop him back in the ravine. Eventually, the door opened up.
お待たせ。上がって。
All smiles, she showed herself, now wearing sports clothes. This was kinda exciting.
なんにもないでしょ。
何にもないね。
でも冷蔵庫の中はほら。
素晴らしい。
飲みますか。
やったぜ。
I just gotta focus on this. So she has like a little snack mix, almond chocolate, potato chips, toga beer, lemon chuhai. Chuhai is kind of like a highball, basically, with shochu. Is this a horror game, dating sim, or both? Welcome back, Robbie. Yeah, you basically just missed the protagonist being a weirdo. I like chuhai. I want a lemon chuhai now. But yes, snack mix. I assume that's the almond choco, and this is probably some kind of salmon jerky. Fish sticks. I can't even read these. I don't know if it's because it's upside down or just because I'm bad. Oh, this says yakitori. In a can? They're just having a nice little drinking party here. Weirdo protagonists in visual novels, who would imagine such a thing? You're right, but also, Guinea, we want to drop him back down the ravine. She opens her potato chip bag like that, she's that type. She also probably eats it with chopsticks. Like, this neat, open down the middle seam kind of type seems like the kind of person who would also just pick at those with chopsticks. Anyway. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cans. And these are definitely empty. These are also probably empty. These guys have drunk really fast. Yeah, her place really was empty. It was just a small room with a low table in the middle, a fridge near the door, and a large duffel bag deeper in. There were 2 old-looking bookshelves too, but they were completely empty. I wasn't bothered one bit, though. Any girl's room was a wonderland to me.
じゃあ大変だった春明さんにお疲れ様。
地獄で出会った仏様に乾杯。
opened up her cans, knocked them together, and downed them. Hey, it was actually good. The pleasant bitterness and refreshing carbonation made for a good combo. That sounds like a guy who's never had beer in his life.
おいしい。このためだけに生きてる。
その若さでそれはないでしょ
言い過ぎた。愛や将来にもまだ絶望してません。
I'm not despairing for my future or my love life yet.
う。ところが就活という影が迫る。
Hear that? That's the sound of job hunting. It's coming here fast. That's a horror story right there that he's telling. Job hunting. If there's one thing Cheetos has taught you, Guinea, it's that chopsticks are the best way to save your fingers. I don't like eating chips with chopsticks. I prefer eating them with my fingers. But I recently learned that my sister is the type of person to eat certain heavily powdered chips with her fingers. And it's like I never knew her. My own flesh and blood sister who I've grown up with.
いやーやめて。せっかくのビールがまずくなる。
But yeah, if you don't want the orange powder all over your fingers, it makes sense. I think that's part of the fun, though. She laughed and took a huge sip. It was pretty clear she could hold her drink. That aside, something really bothered me.
お誘いに乗っておいてなんだけど、
何？
Cheeks were already red. Maybe she didn't handle her liquor as well as I thought. She had a well-featured face, and I didn't think it was wrong to consider her beautiful. Sure, her clothes weren't the least bit sexy, but I could tell she had some makeup on.
僕は完全に正体不明の自称迷い人だよね。
I don't like where this is going.
そうね。
君は年頃の女性、今は深夜。ワンルームの密室で男と二人っきり。その上アルコールまで入ってしまった。
おお。
身の危険を感じたりとかは？
She kept gulping the drink even as she formulated a response. The very fact that I could just watch her do that made this a pretty risky situation, and yet...
あんまりないかな。
それは。
芹沢千恵美クイズ。
イエーイ。
問題。ふと気づいたら低層が瀬戸際にもかかわらず、芹沢千恵美は特に身の危険を感じない。なぜでしょう？
What a fun girl. It's only made me like her more, increasing the danger even further.
質問 OK？
どうぞ。
僕のことがいい人っぽいという答えはなしでいいかな。
You don't really look like a good guy, though.
悪い人に見えるってわけじゃないけど、まあなしかな。女の子慣れしてそうだし。
That unintentional compliment showed that she actually did see me as a potential danger.
考えられる回答は大きく2つ。想定外だが何が起きても問題ない。もしくは想定通り。前者はいろいろ考えられるかな。例えばちえみちゃんが何かやけっぱちになっていてどうにでもなれって場合、あるいは十分な自衛手段がある、実は護身術の達人で僕なんか軽く乗せるとかね。
I really hope it's this one.
わあ、論理的。春明さん理系だね。
まあそうかな。一方で後者、つまりこの状況が君の想定通りって場合は、
例えば私がエロエロですとか。
Wow, talk about not mincing words.
酔っ払ってきたな。さて、他には何があるでしょう。
You know what? If the werewolf comes to murder right this second, that's fine. Yeah, I don't think we would mind either. Indeed, what other reason could a woman have to bring a stranger to her home? It would surely be something non-standard, like...
僕の存在が君の利益になる例。例えばアリバイ工作。君がここにいたと後日僕が証言することで君が有利になる。
おー、ちゃっかり利用するわけだ。
あるいはちえみちゃんが恐るべき殺人鬼で僕を酔っ払わせてぶっ殺す。
はあ、ヤマンバいいね。ブッシュブッシュ殺しちゃう。
What kind of sound effect was that?
ちなみに前提で出た2つのケースの他に1つあるよ。
あれ抜けて。
うん、私がとってもいい人で春明さんを助けてあげたい一心だっていうケース。
Was it time for me to be ashamed of my filthy mind?
いやでもそれで自分が襲われるかもって考えたら。
わあ、襲うって言っちゃったよこの人。
一般論ね。
She stopped talking and turned red. It was so cute. I thought she was actually doing it on purpose. Man, was she drunk. We were just in our second cans.
じゃあこういうのは止めないともっとひどいことになる。それはさすがに忍びないなとか。
At this point, I don't think we would feel real bad. So, if you want to kick him back out, it's cool, Chiemi. It's cool.
ごめん、もうちょっと詳しく。
この辺りには怖い野生動物が出ます。明日にはこの人はズタズタに引き裂かれてしまうかもしれません。このまま見捨てたらとても寝覚めの悪い思いをするかもしれません。それならまあ止めてあげようかしら。
なるほど、リスクと善意を天秤にかけるってわけか。これは想定外。
想定外か。この人だいぶ悪い人なんじゃないかって気がしてきたな。
A really bad guy right now.
そう
だって善意を選択肢に入れる前に殺人鬼とかアリバイとかエロエロとかさ。
That's true. You usually project your own method of thinking onto other people. So, he thought she could be a thirsty perv, a serial killer, or someone who needed an alibi, before considering that, hey, maybe she just wanted to do something nice.
ヘロエロは君が言い出したんでしょうが。
Yeah, but you've been thinking it.
そうだったっけ。で、答えは？
これって単なるバカ話じゃないの？
正解者には素敵なプレゼント。不正解者はブッシュブッシュ殺します。
Seriously? Alright. Is she desperate? Does she need an alibi? Is she a thirsty perv? Does she feel guilty if we let her die? Or a locked option. The locked option is obviously not a choice. Let's see if I can do this. I'm gonna click out of there for a moment. Alright, chat. Let's see if I can... set a poll. Poll goes on for 1 minute. Also, apparently, you cannot put the word perv in the poll because the content does not meet the guidelines if you do. I have just learned that. Thirsty, alibi, and nice person are all even. I'm actually surprised that this is split. I kind of thought people would... Oh, wait, nope, there goes alibi. I kind of thought people would be more likely to go for a nice person or thirsty. Wow. That's interesting. Alright, well, apparently, she's in need of an alibi. Welcome back, Pancat. He did not die yet. We actually just had a little poll here to figure out what Chiemi is. If she's desperate, if she needed an alibi, if she was a thirsty perv. Normally, I would consider desperate and thirsty perv the same thing, but apparently not. Or a nice person. And chat has decided Chiemi needs an alibi.
Ping-pong! 正解です。
Wait, what?
いやー、だって怪しいと思わなかった？こんな真夜中にあんな場所で何やってたのって。
それは確かに。
あそこで何かしらヤバいことをしてたのはもう確定として、それをごまかすのに好都合な証言者が登場みたいな。
おお。
あるいは迷い込んだ山中の集落でサイコが襲撃なんて夢があるよね。C級ホラーのお約束だよね。
しかもこのクイズ、不正解時のペナルティが殺人という露骨なネタばらしが仕込まれていたしね。
あ、しまった天然だ。恥ずかしい。こいつは口封じに殺すしかないね。
I really hope this is a sudden bad end. That would be hilarious.
正解商品も殺人とは。
Winners get death too? Yeah, if they're you.
え？じゃあ、ちえみ食べます？
やめとく。
ガーン。
Anyway, this girl was pretty sharp. She really had a way with words and knew how to capitalize on it. It almost felt like she was implying that I couldn't let my guard down just because I was a guy. I admitted she was pretty damn attractive, but I felt like I'd have more fun just talking about lewd stuff than acting on it. A day has passed. The last thing I remembered was our little, when was the last time you pissed yourself while sleeping talk? I had to tell her about the time I got so drunk, I wet my pants in the middle of the boarding house. She laughed so hard, she started frothing at the mouth and passed out. Wait, no, that's worrying. I woke up with a splitting headache. Oh man. Morning already? Light poured in through the frosted window. I pulled out my phone and checked the time. 7 in the morning. I'd gone to sleep somewhere between 2 and 3, which probably wasn't quite enough sleep. At least I didn't wake up to some horror movie scene. The building wasn't in ruins, and the girl wasn't actually a skeleton. Though, in a way, this might have been worse. She was spread out on the floor with the other side. She was spread out on the floor on the other side of the mini table. Her breathing was mixed with some weird gurgling sounds. I hesitantly looked at her. The saint that saved me from the hell I was in last night had puked in the middle of her sleep. No, that's very bad. Make sure she's not choking. What was I supposed to do here? Make sure she's not choking. As a guest, I couldn't really be too harsh on her.
ちえみちゃん
Phew.
She wasn't waking up. Well, I'd just do what little I could. There. That should be good enough. I'd use tons of toilet paper to clean up her mess and flush it down the toilet. Somewhere in the world, hoarders are crying. It left a stain on the floor, but it was dirty to begin with, so whatever. I'd even wet a towel and cleaned her face. Even then, she showed no signs of waking up. Some of it was on her hair and clothes, but I figured it was best if she took care of that herself.
ちえみちゃん、
朝
The first hint of consciousness so far today.
ちょっと出ておくから。
Without waiting for a response, I walked to the entrance. She'd have to take a shower and change and all that, so I'd kill time outside. I stepped into my still damp shoes with my bare feet. My socks were in the washing machine with the towel she gave me to wipe my legs, and reached for the doorknob. I opened the door and was greeted by a gust of wind. The raindrops scattered on the leaves of the tree next to the building flew right into my face, making me grimace. The rain from last night was already over. The sky was pretty clear, but despite that, I noticed the visibility of my surroundings was poor. The building was surrounded by leaves. The old structure was basically buried in a forest of trees about as tall as itself. There were branches poking into the exposed hallway. It almost felt like they'd reach out and grab me if I wasn't careful. It kind of felt like I was in an overgrown ruin. I turned around and saw a room and jammed me just as I left them. Yep, it was all real. I closed the door. There were other rooms in this building, which made me wonder if they were occupied. Hell, I wondered the same thing about the area in general. I pushed the branches aside to see if there were other buildings nearby. Suddenly, something entered my vision. It didn't feel right. Something that shouldn't have been there. The leaves I moved revealed a woman clad in curious clothing. The moment I recognized her as such, she opened her closed eyes. Did our eyes meet? Another strong wind. I shielded my face from the spray of raindrops. When I looked outside again, the woman was nowhere in sight. Is that an illusion? If not, then what? What kind of place was this? It could have been a real Hicksville, a marginal village, a bunch of actual ruins, or an illegal settlement. I had some theories, but I set them aside for now. It seemed like a place worth exploring, regardless. Went down the stairs and found no sign of the woman, or anyone else for that matter. A short distance away from the building, I turned around, and sure enough, it was pretty much covered in trees. I went to the place where I saw the woman. There were footprints in the grass here. Maybe I'd find her if I follow her. They led me to an open area. It wasn't used, but it looked like someone was trying to do something with it. Was it supposed to be a construction site? Even if it was clearly abandoned. There were large rocks and lots of sediment near a prefab. From what I could tell, there had been a giant landslide, which forced them to stop construction. The fact that plant growth was still minimal meant that it happened fairly recently. The footprints seemed to be going down the hill next to the site. Following them, I finally saw something that could be called civilization. There was a set of paddy fields with houses nearby. So this actually was a settlement. What a relief. I decided to keep following the footprints and approach the settlement. I came across another unpaved path that was clearly used by people and cars. It was lined with weeds and bushes reaching up to my waist. It was home to caterpillars and grasshoppers, among other things. Spiders were no exception. There was no shortage of insects there, so it was a good place for a net. I wasn't particularly scared of spiders, but I didn't like them either. At least they were just harmless orc weavers. Regardless, I avoided these bushes, just in case, and followed the path like the good city boy I was. There was a large boulder surrounded by grass. It was strangely tall, making it look like it was put there by people. On its dewy surface, there was a gray tree frog, ready to go after the many insects scattered about. I walked a bit further and came across a house with a small field nearby. The field's location made it safe to assume it belonged to the inhabitants. If there were inhabitants, anyway. I couldn't see anyone. And just like always, there was grass everywhere. There was another boulder standing next to the house. This one was obviously placed there by human hand. What was the point? Was it a monument or something? The footprints continued into the field. The wet mud on the field was full of small, young, but healthy-looking rice plants. If you ignored the standing boulders in the area, the place looked like a normal farming village. I was both relieved and worried at the same time. From what I saw, there weren't any other buildings besides the one in this settlement. Everything beyond was just mountains, meaning that this place was completely isolated. And I was a complete outsider. There was no way things would go well if I ran into a random local. I belatedly crouched to hide myself a bit. It was probably best for me to go back. Yomi might have been looking for me. Suddenly, I heard a sound. I looked for its source and found a speaker on a wooden utility pole in the middle of a small plaza. A morning broadcast? I'd never heard this tune before. It was cheerful at first, but had some parts that seemed really dark. I found it unsettling. Perplexed, I stopped walking, and what happened next made me hide myself. There was a person in the area densely surrounded by houses, but they weren't normal. What was with that appearance? What was that on her face? Though I was a fair distance away, I could see an old woman with some sort of cloth over her face shakily walk out from between the buildings. Oddly enough, there were boulders even there. But even weirder was the fact that she walked up to one of them, lightly joined her hands, and bowed her head before it, her face still hidden. Then, all was silence. It actually looked like she was revering it. To me, it looked like she was praying to it. This was bad. Really bad. I'd wandered into a settlement with a unique culture, to put it lightly. Forget causing trouble. An outsider like me could get killed here. I just turned around and ran for it. I dashed up the hill, past the house, through the construction site, until I arrived back at the apartment building. Yomi looked like a relatively reasonable person. Maybe she could tell me what was up. It just hit me that the way she described this place was somewhat weird. She basically said it wasn't normal.
あるいはちえみちゃんが恐るべき殺人鬼で僕を酔っ払わせてぶっ殺す。
はあ、ヤマンバいいね。ブッシュブッシュ殺しちゃう。
No way. What if she was actually the bait they used to lure outsiders here? Eventually, the broadcast stopped. Yomi still hadn't come out of her room. She didn't respond even when I knocked or called out to her. I didn't have to worry about this, right? That just made my inexplicable knees grow worse. What if this was a trap? Was I in a dangerous situation? I had to talk to her. She was a normal person, anyway. maybe my best option was to run away right now. I wouldn't know where to run. I couldn't remember the path we'd taken here. Though I was pretty sure we went uphill, so maybe I had to go down. If I avoided the settlement and went back to the mountain stream, I could escape by following the wild roads. That was my best option, even with the difficulties considered. Thankfully, I'd taken my bag with me. I took out a 5,000 yen note and put it in Chiemi's newspaper box. It was payment for last night's beer. The moment I turned around to take my leave, the door to the room next to the staircase opened slightly with a creak. I saw an eye glaring at me through the gap. Her high-pitched scream pierced my eardrums. I screamed too, scared shitless, and ran for it. Suddenly, I stepped onto the wet hallway floor at a bad angle. I fell. Thud, thud, thud.
はるちゃんどうした？
ああ、誰このおっちゃん。
あなた誰ですか？っていうか大丈夫ですか？
The reasonable sounding voice prompted me to shake off the pain and raise my head. There were two boys in formal-looking school uniforms.
大丈夫ですか？
He repeated the question.
ああ、ちょっと驚いただけで。
おっちゃん、ちえねえの友達？
Chiene?
ああ、ちえみちゃんのことか。
大学のお知り合いですか？お知り合いが来るなんて聞いてなかった。
いや、いろいろあって助けられたんだ。怪しいものじゃないんだ。怪しく見えるだろうけど。
No, don't listen to him. Everything about him is shady.
怪しいな、おっちゃん。
どうすればいいのかな。とりあえず、名前は久石春明と言います。
僕は織部安永です。こっちは鴨志田近持。
Oh, that's a long name.
モッチーだ。
And that's a cute nickname. Good to know. If I called him that, maybe he'd stop calling me old man. I was only 24.
それでこっちが。はるちゃん何してんの？
だって知らない人が。
Apparently, this Haru-chan was the person who'd looked at me through the gap in the door and screamed.
とりあえず大丈夫そうだから出ておいでよ。
A moment later, she slammed the door shut, and after a few more moments of hesitation, opened it again. Whoa. She looked like a student too, except her fashion sense was exceptionally flashy. Man, if you call that flashy, she's got two can badges, the button pins, an armband, and bracelets. And I guess maybe you could count the belt too, but all in all, that doesn't look flashy. That's cute.
あなた誰ですか？
久石春明といって、この近くでバイクで事故って芹沢千恵美さんに助けられたんだ。
それってもしかして昨日の夜知恵姉の部屋に。
Ooh, scandalous. Rumors are gonna start about poor Chiene now, and it's all his fault.
止めてもらった。
She cut my words short with her ear-piercing shriek.
通りで騒がしかったと思った。何考えてるの？嫁入り前の女性の家に不潔。
Wow. For someone supposedly flashy, she's very pure.
ああ、うん。それはその通りで、僕もちょっと躊躇はしたんだけど、千恵美ちゃんが親切で。
Also looks very angry.
ちえみちゃん？慣れ慣れしい。それじゃあもしかして。 CNA が出てこないのって。
She's got a. I want to say she has a wild imagination, but you know what? Under these circumstances, it's probably normal.
ドアに5000円挟んであるじゃ。
夫妻さん、まさか。
違う違う違う。単に昨日お酒をおごられたからそのお返しで。
CNA の体が5000円ってそんな安いわけないでしょ。ただれてるな。
How are these kids saying?
ああ、君助けてくれないか。
He doesn't seem likely to help you out right now either.
初対面で女性の部屋でお酒を飲んだんですか？そして知恵姉は出てこない。
Crap. I had no allies here.
一体何事。
And so the subject of the conversation joined in.
おお、ちえみちゃん、君からも事情を説明。
Something was off about her aura. What happened to the lively girl she'd been yesterday?
知恵姉、まさか。
恥ずかしいとこを見られちゃった。
おお、いやちょっと待って、ちょっと。
もう嫁いけない。
Man, what a mess. Though Chiemi's face was all pale, she was actually grinning. She obviously had a bad hangover, but that didn't stop her from messing around. After calming everyone down, Chiemi explained what actually happened. How we met in the middle of the night. How she let me stay out of goodwill. How we drank ourselves silly, and how nothing happened between us.
いやー、久々に深酒しちゃって思いっきり入っちゃったよ。春明さん、お見苦しいとこ申し訳ない。
ああ、いや、それはいいんだけど。
That Haru-chan girl still looked at me funny.
非常識。
ああ、うん、申し訳ない。昨日は本当に疲労困憊でね、つい好意に甘えてしまったんだ。
まあ知恵ねえだしな、雑把だよな。
事情も事情だし、年寄りたちも納得するかな。
We've got mysterious elders in play.
ちなみに会ったのってどこです？
それはね。
下の方の河原だよ。
My words made everyone change their expressions.
それはちょっと。
大騒ぎだ。2日連続で2人もだなんて。
もしかしてまずいこと言った？
はあ、まあいずれバレることよ。さっきあれだけ大騒ぎしちゃったから休みず中に知れちゃったろうし。
That's true. I'm pretty sure they heard Haru-chan like shrieking all the way in the village.
君、2日連続で2人もって何のこと？
触らないで、汚い。
That sound effect. I wasn't trying to touch her and I wasn't filthy. Sure, I hadn't had a bath in over a day, but still.
君、何が騒ぎになるの？
タエバあたりが拒否ってなる。
Well, that sure sounded bad.
詳しい話を聞かせてくれない？
ちょっと説明は難しいんですけど、まあここは田舎なんで町といろいろ違うってことですよ。
This guy here was Oribakun. Ignored Chiemi, and he was the easiest person to talk to. Well, yeah, because between the other two kids, Haru-chan is either shrieking at you or about to hit you with a frying pan or something. Whatever you say to her, it doesn't matter. She just hates your guts already. And Mochi doesn't seem to really know that much.
どうすればいいかな？
まあちえみがなんとかしましょう。学生諸君はとりあえずご飯行かないと。この混乱には乗るっきゃない。乗るっきゃなくないもっち。とりあえず行っちゃいな。私らちょっと遅れていくから。
まあ ちょっと時間ずらした方がいいよね。揉めそうだし。
さすがヤスくん、察しがいいぞ。ごめんけど2人のお守りよろしくね。
うん。
もう知恵ね、子供扱いはやめてよ。
I mean, you're shrieking over a man and a woman being adults. Like, yeah, he's definitely a creep. You weren't wrong about that, but also, you might need to grow up a little.
そうだ、うんこしてやるぞ。
You're just a kid.
ほらほら行くぞ、モッチーにはるちゃん。
And so the students walked off toward the stairs. It was kinda easy to tell what sort of relationship they had. Anyway,
彼らがこの建物の他の住人？
そういうこと。学生寮だからね、ここ。
student dorm? In this Sixville? Still, my senses had betrayed me. There actually were other people here.
ちなみに春明さん、他の人と出会ってトラブったりしてないよね。
Apparently, this wasn't trouble enough.
うん。一応それ警戒してたから。
ならよかった。よし、ちょっとしたら食堂に行きましょ
あ、朝食？
う。の、朝食は今から食べてください。食堂へは一応面通しをしに行くの。
You don't get breakfast.
誰と？
よそ者が皿長からやってきたってことに文句を言いそうな人たち。
Oh, so, like that Taiba person, right?
お世話になります。
いいってことです。その代わり、朝のことは秘密で。
そりゃあもちろん。ところで、皿長って何？あの河原？
そう、皿長の瀬っていう川だけど、あの辺まとめて皿長って呼ぶの。ちょっと曰くのある場所でね。
曰く？
うん。あの川は汚れていて、死人が帰ってくるみたいな伝説がね。
Plot twist. We were dead the whole time. He didn't need to die. He was already dead. Oh. So that's why they reacted like that.
他にもその手のルールというか、しきたりみたいなのが？
たくさんあります。なので基本、ちえみちゃんにお任せを。
Gladly. On all fronts.
ちなみに、身の危険とかは？
ないない。でも、いろいろ不愉快な思いをする前に、早く出て行けた方がいいかも。
そのための根回しに行くと。
そうそう。
Settlement I'd strayed to was a weird place. But at least the guide was reliable. And she wanted me to leave ASAP, huh?
Hmm?
That was depressing. Chiemi gave me some cup ramen for breakfast. She boiled the water in a small electric kettle. The girl herself was too hungover to eat anything. I did take the opportunity to pay her back for last night's drinks in person, though. Then we made our way to the dining hall.
この岩って何なの？
一応お守りみたいなもの？
よそでは見たことないよ。
ああ、言われたらそうかも。
She led me along a narrower path than I'd followed earlier. It didn't seem like any cars used this one. It was very farmy, I guess? This area was also littered with those boulders. Some were cracked, broken, or half buried in the fields. They were clearly religious symbols, but it didn't look like they were that important these days. Or were they? Now that I knew I was safe, I once again became curious about this place.
人だ。
He was working on the field.
たくみ兄ちゃんだ。おはよ
Chiemi waved her hand. The man responded, but then froze midway.
う。じゃあ行きましょう。
いいの？多分あの人、 僕の存在に驚いたんじゃ。
大丈夫。どうせ後で食堂に来るから説明はその時にするってことで。
Well, if she said so. As an outsider, I had no choice but to rely on her. This was the part of the village I saw this morning, where the buildings were more densely packed. I didn't notice it back then, but it was actually kind of weird. Basically, it felt desolate. The wooden bungalows in particular were more or less overgrown, buried in tall grass and other greenery. If this was all I saw at the village and someone told me it was abandoned, I'd have easily believed them. However, two of the buildings stood out. There was a hall right beyond the hill. It wasn't that big, but it looked grand and well maintained. The other building was obviously the dining hall. It looked a bit dirty, but I could tell there were people inside. From what I could tell, it was the most lively place in this poor excuse for a community. Suddenly, the three students walked out, chatting about something.
あ、知恵ねと久石さん。
サイドおはよう。ちょっと遅くない？
モッチーがバカなことばっか言って遅くなっちゃったんだもん。
そうだ、僕が悪だ。味噌汁をよこせ。
I like that. I am evil. Give me miso soup.
まあ早足なら間に合うでしょう。みんなしっかり勉強しといで。
Half dashing, the three ran up the path we came from.
みんな高校生なんだ。
そう、山をぐーっと登ったところに分校があるんだ。私も3年前まで通ってたな。
That's one way to get your daily dose of exercise. No need for gym, just walk all the way up the mountain.
やたら不便だね。
それでもみんなあの寮に住める分優遇されてるんだけど。
Yomi was entirely straight-faced. There wasn't even a hint of a smile.
さあ、気合を入れて入りましょう。
そうしましょ
気合入んない。
We laughed a little and passed the curtain.
いらっしゃい。あら。
The inside was as aged as the outside, but it looked well maintained.
ちえみちゃん、お客さん？
The hostess-looking lady asked. Though somewhat aged and fatigued, she was definitely beautiful. There were two others beside her. One was a lady in her 70s or 80s. She was probably the one I saw this morning. The silhouette matched. The other was a man who seemed a bit younger than her, probably in his late 60s. Though they were just sitting there was a menacing aura about them.
うん、紹介するね。久石春明さん。昨日の晩、皿長で迷ってたのをちえみが保護しました。
Their reactions were powerful. I like the old lady's face. Meeting the family is always menacing. I don't know if the family feels menaced or if they're menacing him. But the old lady's face is really great right now. Is there any way I can just capture that? Yeah. That's a good face right there. I want to save that. She looks like how you feel. This game is causing some reactions, alright? Anyway, back. The lady gasped, while the two elders rose to their feet with alarm. The tension that was already there the moment I walked in reached its peak.
気にするのもわかるけど、これは単なる偶然です。あの子と違って、この人は素性が明らかだし、バイクで旧道に突っ込んで事故ったって非常に気の毒な事情もある。
Unlike that little girl?
そんなわけで、我々としてはこの人がちゃんと帰れるように手伝ってあげるのがいいとちえみは思います。
We should help him leave.
ど どうですか皆様方。
After saying all that, Shiemi fell silent. The ball was in their court now. Oh, she's sad now.
まあそれは大変。
The lady voiced a harmless opinion, careful not to upset the old people. It was pretty clear who was in charge. They were elders in more ways than one.
ちーちゃんはなんで夜にサラナがなんぞ言っとったかね。
Oh, there goes her alibi.
虫の知らせかな。前の日にあんなことあったし眠れなかったから。
そいじゃやっぱり読み人じゃないんかね。
She thinks we're dead.
やめ、タイバ。
Oh, she's Taiba. Oh yeah, no, she's totally freaking out. Mochi was right. From the conversation, it was pretty clear that something had happened before I arrived here. It was probably similar to what happened with me. She mentioned some little girl. Perhaps there was a child who'd wandered in here like I did? According to Chiemi, the Saranaga Rapids were a place of significance around here. It was a place from which dead people came to life, or whatever. So this time must have been the Eee lady that the boy mentioned. And the Yomibito must have been the term for the dead who came from there. Apparently, the primary goal here was convincing these elders to approve helping me.
おい、どっから来た？
The old man's voice put my derailed mind back on track.
あ、はい、東京です。
This is where they go to, yo, we bite you.
いくつじゃ？
You're Tokyo white. We don't tolerate your kind around here.
年は24です。
地位より上じゃが。
He chuckled. I immediately realized he was taking a jab at me for hiding behind a younger girl.
申し遅れました。房石春明です。芹沢さんにも紹介された通り、バイクで事故って迷い込みました。どうやら僕は、ここでは異分子のようで、変なことを言ったりしたりして、皆さんに迷惑かけたくないなと。それで、芹沢さんに紹介をお願いしたんですが、僕から改めてお願いします。すぐ出て行きますから、それまでは僕の存在を多めに見ていただけないかと。
He's being super polite in Japanese too.
それと、僕を助けてくれた芹沢さんを責めないであげてください。
春明さん。
おそらく芹沢さんは、ここの常識を外れたところで僕を助けてくれたんだと思うんです。学生たちもみんな驚いてた。
まあ
これでも大人です。自分の責任は自分で取りますし、皆さんにかけた迷惑は可能な限り償います。
I think the game is trying to make us think he's a good guy.
ですので、どうかお願いします。
I bowed my head.
ちゃんとしとる、タイバ。
あたしゃすかんわね。そんなに髪茶色に染めてから。
Excuse me, Taiba. We saw those students. Yasu and Haru-chan. Their hairs were brown. Haru-chan even had like a little bit of yellow thing sticking out. Shit. I forgot I didn't look very presentable to more traditionalist people.
よそは皆こうよ。はよう返せばええ。
Outsiders are all like that. Take responsibility by getting thrown back into the ravine. Yeah, that sounds acceptable.
ほいじゃ好きにしなさいね。
I guess I got their half-hearted approval.
春明。春か。うちの孫も春じゃ。紛らわしい。
He's Haru-chan's grandpa!
あ、もしかして
そう、春ちゃんのおじいさんの牧島勘三さんよ。
どうも。
I didn't know what to say. What else to say? Haru-chan and I weren't on the best of terms so far. Anyway, it seemed like we were past the difficult part.
サラナガに突っ込んだか。
いえ、 コンビニで道を聞いた後、脇道に入って未舗装になったところで滑り落ちて横転しました。
で、サラナが登ったか。なぜ途中で引き返さねえ。
He wasn't impressed by my choice of actions. It just hit me that I had no idea how much time passed between the crash and my meeting with Chiemi.
わしと匠で見てきちゃる。
匠は他を見よるわよ。
耐えば追い出す思うて手伝わせ。
カンちゃんはいっつもそうね。
ばあちゃん、おやさん。
Ooh, you big! Tall boy here. We're joined by a new inhabitant.
ちえみ、こいつは
あ、匠兄ちゃん。
Oh, so he was the one we saw in the field. Wow, he sure looked big from up close. All that field work was good for his muscles, clearly. And from what I could tell, he was in his 30s. As Chiemi introduced me and told him of my situation, I found out his name. Takumi Muro.
ああ、そいつは災難だったな。ああ、おやさん。
わしとお前で拾う。
だな。ばあちゃん、こいつ助けっからちょっと待っててな。もう農薬は巻き終わってるから、昼から草刈るわ。
Oh, he seems like a good guy.
匠は優しいね。
I hope he's not the werewolf. Because in case we've forgotten, there are werewolves in this game.
こんなもんなんでもないって。すぐ何もなかったようにできるからよ。
そうね。
Nothing, huh?
お兄ちゃんや。
Oh, where's your smile for us?
僕ですか？はい。
ここは安水言うてね。あんまりええ場所じゃないんよ。
Hmm? It was the place that wasn't good? Not my presence here?
あたしらもよそのもんが苦手だし、よそのもんも触れんがええ。じゃから、はよ出てお行き。
はい、そのつもりです。
話はついた感じか？
うん、ありがとう、匠兄ちゃん。
I was beginning to understand how things worked here. Although Kanzo Makishima's voice was the most powerful here, it was also important to get Tai-san's approval. Kanzo-san was probably in charge of tackling the settlement's practical problems, while Tai-san provided spiritual and moral direction. And when it was time to be civilized, Takumi-san came and convinced Tai-san, acting as an intermediary. It looked like Takumi-san himself understood such subtleties, and Chiemi seemed to rely on this side of him.
はい、ここらで一つどうぞ。
Oh yeah, she's just been around the entire time, hasn't she? The lady brought some tea to the old folk. Perfect timing.
おお、香織さん。俺には飯頼むぜ。
So that was her name.
えへ朝早くからお疲れ様でした。大盛りにしますからね。
Her name is Oribe, which means she's probably the glasses dude to mom.
なーに、安水とばあちゃんと香織さんのためならへでもねえよ。
Ooh, big guy's got a crush.
まあ
These two sure seem to get along. They looked about the same age, too.
さあ、お客さんもご飯にされます？
あ、いえ、いただいてきたので。
それじゃあお茶をどうぞ。おにぎりでもお出ししましょう。
ああ、それは。
ごめんなさい。ちょっと急ぎで電話借りていいかな、香織さん。
Oh?
それはいいけど、お茶くらいは。
うん、ありがとう。でもほんと緊急だから。行こう、春明さん。
うん。
It didn't look like I could say no. We went up the nearby stairs to what seemed like a living space. At the end of the creaky hallway, there was a black rotary phone, a rarity in this day and age.
これがここ、安水唯一の電話だから。
The only phone in all of Yasumizu. Seriously?
ちなみに、 携帯電話はどのキャリアも通じませんので。
そうなのか。でもどこに電話しろって？
ロードサービスとか保険とか、あと必要なら家族にも連絡。
Oh, that made sense. Hell, I should have been the one to say that. Yeah, man, you're letting the 3 years younger girl have more sense than you. Big whoop.
さっきも言ったけど、できるだけここを早く出られた方がいいから、使えるものは何でも使いましょう。
よそ者が歓迎されない場所だから？
そういうことです。
それ以上の詮索は無用と。
He's learned fast.
春明さんはとっても察しがいい。それはいいことだと思う。ただ好奇心もとっても強く見える。
バレたか。
バレますとも。でも正直あんまりいろいろ首突っ込まない方がいいかも。
どうせすぐに別れるんだし。
その通り。
なんだか寂しいな。
お、ちえみちゃんのメアド御所も
くれるならぜひ。
やったー、これで男友達53人目。
Guy number 53.
テンションガタ落ちですわ。
Like, she specifically said in Japanese that he's going to be guy friend number 53, not boyfriend, guy friend.
それはともかく、個人的興味で言えば何が問題になってて、どんな背景があるのか知りたいのだけど。
おすすめしないな。
なぜかな。
私が不愉快になるから。
あんまり故郷が好きじゃない？
うん、正直嫌い。
ここの人とは仲良さそうに見えるけど。
ああ、それは見えるだけですね。私相当の問題児だったんで、ご年配方とは結構気まずいよ。それにパッと見はわからないいろんなしがらみもあるし、まあ住人自体はそんなに嫌いじゃないけどね。
With that, I decided to stop prying about this place any further. I'd back away before she came to hate me.
あ、でも一つだけ聞いていい？
いい度胸。何かな？
室匠さんのこと好きだったりする？
え？私が？
うん。
さすがにそれはないな。匠兄ちゃんかっこいいけど、ごつすぎるし10以上年違うし、対象外です。
Dude, aren't you supposed to be focusing on leaving instead of trying to see if you have a chance? She already called you guy friend number 53. That's, priorities, please, man.
それに匠兄ちゃんは昔から香織さん一筋だし。
I mean, if she cooks and her food's good, then yeah.
やっぱそうなんだ。結婚してるわけじゃないの？
うん、香織さん未亡人だから。
Well, that seemed complicated. That aside, Chiemi had been acting a bit strange. Why had she dragged me away from the tea? It seemed so awkward, too. Assuming she hadn't been jealous of Kaori-san and simply didn't want her to charm me, it would mean that she just hadn't wanted me to drink the tea. Why? You might be right, Kizuna. It might be poison tea. Also, why'd she feed me cup ramen if I could have just gotten food at the dining hall? Looking too deep into things was part of my nature. Though, things were never as bad as I assumed. I went on to call my insurance company, where I found out something. Apparently, this village was hundreds of kilometers away from the nearest service station, meaning I was ineligible for the normal service and had to pay extra. And the extra was no small amount, too. It actually went over 100,000 yen. Also, I could have avoided this if I'd taken a more expensive plan. This was all my own fault for not taking the bike salesman's advice. Shit. Said I would consider it, and hung up. Then I went back to the dining hall.
あれ、おじいさんたちは。
The game's justification of how you get stuck here is also your justification of why you really think Haruaki should just become one with the ravine. You don't really need a justification for Haruaki to become one with the ravine, I think. He does a pretty good job of being worthy of that on his own. You know? You could have just avoided if you turned around 2 hours ago. Or 4 hours ago, just like he had lots of chances to turn around. And remember, the reason why he didn't want to turn around was because he fucked up a relationship. The customers had changed completely. Tai-san, Kanzo-san, and Takumi-san were gone now. They were replaced by a caricature of a juvenile delinquent. Is he? He's wearing safety pins in his ears. Also, look at those Street Fighter level pecs. Like the lines of musculature. He's gonna show up in Street Fighter 5. He shouted at me. He seemed like he was trying too hard. He then slammed his bowl and chopsticks on the table and stood up to intimidate me.
久石春明です。
Wow, the look on his face really changes when when his eyes shrink.
まあ、義継、初対面の方になんて口の利き方を。
うるせえババ。おいチエネ、そいつ誰だよ。
You don't talk to your mom like that either.
バイクで事故った旅行者の春明さん。
Boy, was that introduction half-assed.
改めてこちら織部香織さんと次男の義継くん、安永くんが長男ね。
He's the younger brother of Glasses Dude. Glasses Dude is older.
安永くんって朝の彼？
You take away the cute modifier again here?
そう、よく見たら似てるでしょ。
The Ordibes. What an unpredictable family.
兄貴のこと言ってんじゃねえよ。うぜんだよ、ぶっちゃ。
Wow!
そう言われてもな、モテちゃうからな、ちえ姉ちゃんは。
And from what I'd seen, that confidence was well justified.
とっとと町へ戻っちまえ、バカ女。バカバカバカ。
Baka 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 baka! I haven't heard that in forever. Holy shit!
どうしよう、春明さん。バカは否定できないかも。
Oh, whoops. Hit the wrong button. Oh no! She can't argue with being a baka!
なんと、ちえみちゃんはバカだったのか。よーし、バカバカ。
Did you just go down to his level?
ひどい。
He actually just went down to his level. Is that a timeline chart? Yeah, that is. So, let's save first. You can see we can split here. Well, we couldn't because this choice was locked. And same thing here. We had a choice here, but the only one that would have split was locked. But we can easily go back at any time once we have the relevant information. You like how baka baka sounds like chicken noises?
言ってやろうぜ、義継くん。バカバカ。
なんなんだよてめえ。チエネバカにしてんじゃねえよ。
You're pretty conflicted, aren't you?
ごめん、ちえみちゃん。本心じゃないんだ。
ああ、見事な連続手のひら返し。このちえみをあっけに取られさせるとはなかなかやるな、春明さん。
ちえみちゃんには負けないぜ。
付き合ってんのかてめえら。
boy, did I wish.
いい加減になさいよすぐ。とうに遅刻でしょ。着替えて学校。
We didn't see him at the dorms, actually. Now you're going to be self-conscious and wonder if chickens are just calling you stupid all the time? No, they're definitely calling you stupid all the time. I'm sorry to tell you, Guinea. Chickens think everyone is stupid. Everyone else.
行かねえよ。
Are you? Is that? That's his boxers, isn't it? Show some respect for the dining hall. Mumbling something, the kid walked out of the dining hall, leaving his half-full bowl behind.
ごめんなさいね。お恥ずかしいところを。
根は素直ないい子なんですけどね。
Yeah, I could actually see that. Somewhat.
あ、ところで牧島さんとムロさんは？
あ、もうバイク拾いに出ましたよ。
まずい、追いかけないと。
うん、場所は分かってるみたいだったし大丈夫じゃない？
いや、一応ニュートラルにすれば押せるけどさ、操作わかるのかな？
He thinks they don't know how to operate a motorbike.
あとさすがに手伝うべきでしょ。作業が非効率になっちゃまずいし。
その程度なら手出しはやめときましょう。
なんで？
取りも直さず、春明さんがよそ者だからです。長時間一緒に歩くのはちょっとおすすめできない。
問題になりそうな人たちには思えなかったけど。
Yeah, big dude seemed pretty nice.
そりゃあ二人とも大人だから。でも基本的にこの知恵みほどオープンな人はここにはそうそういないからね。
Yeah, that includes the lady smiling right next to her.
春明さんは平気かもだけど、一緒にいると向こうがストレス溜めるかもしれない。ただでさえ今普通じゃないから。
You know, wouldn't it be great if she were just playing some kind of long con and she was just tricking him into think that no one in this village is welcoming and she's actually the most malicious of them all? That might be a bit of a stretch, but that would be pretty interesting because she's made such a big deal of it by this point.
まあ、そうね。任せろと言われたら手出しをしない方がいいでしょうね。
そうなんですか。
ええ。安水には安水のやり方がある。男の人たちはそれにこだわるから。
I could somewhat understand that. A visitor should behave like one. Doing anything more would be uncalled for. It was an old-fashioned way of thinking, but this was an old-fashioned kind of place for sure.
じゃあ、どこで待とうか。
うちに戻って待ちましょう。
Expected as much, but it still made me curious. Normally, you'd expect we'd sit around and drink some tea right here, so why didn't we? As we waited, Chiemi casually but uncomfortably told me several things. First, I found out that the people here in Yasumizu were a bit on edge right now. No shit, you think? The reason for that was the fact that, excluding me, they had 3 whole outsiders here. I assumed this myself from what I knew so far, but apparently yesterday morning, a little girl was found straying around the Saranaga Rapids. They couldn't even find out her name, let alone who her parents were, so they didn't know how to handle her. For now, one of the inhabitants was looking after her. Like I'd been told, the more superstitious inhabitants, Tai-san mostly, saw her as a bad omen. I suggested leaving her to the police, but Chiemi didn't seem to think it was a good idea. It barely made sense to me, but if I were to believe her, things around here were such that not even the cops could do anything. You assumed they ate the little girl, Kenny? And apparently, the remaining 2 outsiders were a pair of journalists gathering info for a magazine article. Unlike the little girl and I, they'd come here via the normal route, through Kamifujiyoshi, and therefore weren't considered a bad omen or whatever. Still, even normal outsiders put the people here on edge. Through this talk, I also got some details about the area itself. We're about to lapse into Siren. We got journalists, we got a guy stumbling into a hidden Japanese village through a backwards path, and the Yomi Pito. Oops. Oh, whoops. I didn't get the chance to read that. Yasumizu was a settlement part of an autonomous region called Fujiyoshi Village, or simply Fujiyoshi. It had also been on the map I'd been shown at the store. Oh. So this is how the journalists came, Kami Fujiyoshi, through the mountain road. And this is how Haruaki came, through this part, the river, and Saranaga. And then they climbed this way. Fujiyoshi was split into two areas, Yasumizu and Kami Fujiyoshi. They were separated by a mountain. Going to Kami Fujiyoshi took about an hour by foot, or 20 minutes by car on the winding but paved road. Side note, the school the students went to was in Kami Fujiyoshi. These two settlements had ties so strong they shared customs and culture. Chiemi said the local seasonal events were quite unconventional. I asked her to elaborate, but all she would say was that Yasumizu had special meaning to Fujiyoshi. She was making me more suspicious than I wanted to be. This conversation wasn't nearly as exciting as the one we had last night. Well, at least I found that she didn't have a boyfriend right now. Very intriguing. It was nearly noon when Takumi-san came back, ending my waiting game. Side note, the door was fully open the entire time we waited. It was probably Chiemi's way of saying that nothing bad was happening here.
バイクってのはおめえもんだな、おやっさん。
去年取った獅子ほどじゃねえ。
The old dude caught a boar? Can we keep the old dude? I really didn't expect him to just carry it here. Like, sure, there were two of them, but just how much mass did you have to haul a 200-kilogram piece of metal so easily? The unpaved road and the river made my sweet ride really damn muddy.
どうやってあの崖を上げたんです？
滑車があんだよ。たまに下から物を引き上げなきゃなんねえから。
おい、匠。
と、余計なこと言ってる場合じゃねえ。これ大丈夫なのか？だいぶ水に浸かっちまったみてえだけど。
どうかな。見てみます。
じゃああとは任すぜ。おやっさん、結構かかっちまったから、研ぎ直しは明日まで待ってもらえっか。
Are you the only person doing any farming in this village? Is that how you got so big? I saw them off with a loud "Thank you!" Now then.
手伝おっか？
とりあえず一人でなんとかなるかやってみるよ。
The worst part of the repairs was right at the beginning. I wanted to start by washing it, but that old lady, Tai Yamawiwaki was her full name, got really mad at me. She didn't want any Saranaga mud on the ground here because it was corrupt or something. But this plaza was the only place with easy access to a water supply tap, so I did my best and convinced her to let me wash it as close to the edge as possible. Once it was clean, I could start checking what was wrong with it. It actually looked pretty good. Bent in places, sure, but the wash got rid of the bad sound the wheels made. The only problem was that both tires were flat, and it was a pretty big one.
道具とか持ってきてないの？普通バイク旅行とかって持ってくるもんじゃないの？
いざとなればロードサービス呼べばいいかなって。
不準備。
いや、返す言葉もない。正直やけくそで出発したから冷静でもなかったのかも。
お？事情を聞いてほしそう。
彼女に振られたんだよ。
This is also his way of telling her, "Hi, I'm very single right now."
なんか嘘っぽいな。
It wasn't.
それはともかく、パンク修理道具か。 野里屋敷ならあるかもしれないな。
野里屋敷？
うん、安水で一番大きなお家。野里屋敷にないものは安水にはないよ。
なるほど。じゃあそこの人にお願いしに行こう。
実はあんまり会うのはおすすめできないんだけど、背に腹は変えられないか。
In fairness, though, Jimmy, you haven't really recommended meeting anyone in this village.
また偉い人が登場？
その上ちょっと人格的にね。
And so we walked up this hill and arrived at the so-called Nosato mansion. I'm gonna take a quick pause here, chat. Let me get a drink. I'll be right back with you. Nosato apartment. It looks like it's an actual mansion. Okay, sorry about that, chat. I have been talking out loud for 2 hours at this point, so I kind of forgot I would need to have a drink at this point. Anyway, from what I could tell, it was located at the highest point in the settlement. And like Chiemi said, it was definitely a hell of a building. It had an elegant western design, which would probably look even better if the place were better maintained. The yard was overgrown, and the building itself was pretty much buried in ivy and small trees. If someone told me it was cursed, I'd instantly believe them. Do people actually live here?
インターホン生きてるかな？
She pressed a button next to the aged iron gate. Yasumizu was a quiet place, so I could easily hear the bell ring inside.
もう一度押そうか？
やめとこ。何度も鳴らすと心象悪いから。
Yeah, I would be pissed off too. Don't ring doorbells more than once. Like, if they choose not to answer you, then too bad. So sad.
そんなに気難しい人なの？
そうね。気難しい。いい表現だ。
I wasn't sure what she meant, but I opted to just wait rather than ask more questions. Soon enough, the person in question walked out of the mansion.
なんだ？誰だ？
Look at those eyebrows. They flare a little here. They flare like eyelashes here. Like, at the top of the nose. He wasn't young, but he didn't look middle-aged either. He certainly looked high-strung, that much for sure.
どうも、野里さん。芹沢です。
知っている。芹沢千恵美。そっちの青年は存じ上げないがね。
春明さん、こちら野里清之助さん。清之助さん、事故車の久石春明さんです。
That introduction was the briefest one yet.
は？なんだって？
I explained the situation again. He furrowed his brow when I mentioned the Saranaga, in addition to the reason we were here.
というわけで、早々にここから出ていくためにも、修理道具をお持ちだったら貸していただけないかと。
タイヤはチューブですかね。
Huh?
一応パッチもあるがね、チューブタイヤだったら素人には難しいんじゃないのか。できるならいいがね。
Yeah, he does have a bolo tie. It's a nice touch.
なあ、チューブがバーストしてたら交換するしかないが、替えはさすがに持っておらんよ。譲る義理もないがね。
Real friendly dude we got here.
すみません。ちょっとそのあたりあんまり詳しくないまま乗っちゃったんで。
He just likes riding the bike. He doesn't know jack shit about it.
ちょっと話にならんね。おとなしく何十万だかの勉強料を払って拾ってもらうのをおすすめしよう。
He does not have thousands. He needs at least 100,000. I had no retort to that.
野里さん、多分ですけど、今の時期これ以上よその車がここに入るとか良くないんじゃないですか？
は？君は間違いりだろう。未だにそんなもの信じてるのかね？
Oh, so he doesn't believe in the outsider bullshit that's happening here in Yasumizu.
私はともかくじいさまばあさま方がちょっとここ数日やたら外来者多いですし。
安水の連中の事情は知らんよ。私にどうしろと？油まみれになってパンク修理しろと？
Yasumizu peasants. Wow.
いや、そこまでなくても藤吉の長者として困ってるマロードを助けるのにお力添えをいただけないかと。
困った時だけ長者を頼るのではなく、安水流のもてなしでもしたらどうかね。崖から突き落とすんだったか？ん？
We've been right all along, chat. We should have just thrown him off the cliff. That's the traditional Yasumizu welcome. Whoa, what the hell?
いや、そんな言っちゃダメですよ。
Chiami's tone was slightly off. I could feel a bit of irritation behind her words.
本当、お恥ずかしい限りなんですが、なんとかしてみるんで、道具だけ貸してもらえませんか？
なんだと？
道具やらキットやら仮に入るだけで、作業は別のところでしますから、もちろんお代は払います。
まあ構わんがね。下手に物を破損させたりしたら弁償してもらうぞ。学生だか知らんがきっちりしてもらう。
Then he pointed me to the garage and walked back to the mansion. Wait, no, come back here. You gotta throw us off a cliff.
いやー、なんとかならない気がしてきた。チューブがバーストってなんだろう。
春明さんかっこ悪。
バイク乗りならスパナ一本で何でも修理してみせろと。
That's not how you fix a bike.
まあわかりませんけど、なんかそういうメカに強い感じ出したらグッとくる女は多いのでは。
じゃあ野里氏にはグッときたと。
That might be an insult.
いやー、どうせ知ったかぶりだから。あの人多分自分じゃ整備もできないよ。筋金入りの裏なり秒単だし。
じゃあなぜバイクの整備用品なんて。
Is he a hoarder? Is that why he has a mansion? So he has a place to put all the shit he hoards?
野里屋敷は上富士吉にある野里家のもっと大きいお屋敷からいらないものを運んで置いとくような場所らしくてね。
Oh, this is the storage unit.
5、6年前に清之助さんが単車買ってもらったけど、ろくに乗りこなせなくてお蔵入りにしたとか聞いたことある。
Damn, that was countryside for you. Couldn't hide your shame if your life depended on it. Anyway, I now knew that the man was the condescending, pretentious type. The condescending, pretentious type who wants to throw you off a ravine. We like this type. He still helped me out though, and it was true I didn't know much about bike repairs, so I couldn't really get mad. Haruaki does indeed have big poser energy.
さあ、そうと決まれば使えそうなものは全部持ち出してやろうぜ。
Let's just take everything that looks like it could be useful. Haruaki has also been playing a lot of adventure games.
さながら山賊のごとく乗った。私邪魔じゃないかな。
いや、適当に話してないと気がめいるんで、相槌打ってくれるだけでも助かる。
The instructions that came with the repair kit told me that my bike's tires were a rather difficult type to repair. Also, I'm sorry, bear with me one moment. I gotta go get the door. Wow, the instructions know that the that the bike's tires were a difficult type to repair. Apparently, it's a magic instruction book. Apparently, I had to remove the tires, but where did I even start with that? Well, as long as I didn't break it, nothing could be worse than having to call road service down here, so I tried taking it apart. But as I removed whatever nuts I could, I made the situation even worse than it was. Wow, Haruaki can't do shit. Yeah, this really wasn't a job for an amateur.
お兄さん大変そうね。ちえみちゃんもよかったら食べてね。
ありがとうございます。
Oh, are we allowed to eat the food now?
なんか大ごとになってんな。機械つうのはやっぱダメだな。
まあ壊れさえしなきゃ文明の利器は便利だけどね。
日暮れまでに治りそうかい？
厳しいかも。最悪なんとかするから安心して。
By which she means she's gonna throw him down the ravine. Have we started dating a hunky werewolf boyfriend? No, I think they're trying to kick us out of the village to make sure we don't get eaten by a werewolf. I really appreciated how she handled the visitors in my stead.
なあ知恵ね、バイクって免許簡単に取れんの？
And that was the door again. Be right back, chat. Okay. What have I missed? Haruaki broke his bike more. Yes, that's correct. You're putting your money on marrying into a cute werewolf family because there's good chemistry and boar meat. Only the old man's family has boar meat. And marrying into that family means the granddaughter that shares our name. I cannot speak to Animal Crossing. I do not have Animal Crossing, unfortunately. Anyway, continuing.
どうだろう。原付なら簡単よ。私も持ってるし。
中型大型の二輪は結構めんどいよ。普通免許取るのと同じ学科講習もあるし。バイク。
ああ、関係ねえだろ。ちなみにそれいくらすんだよ。
But we're the person who knows about bikes. You should be asking us these questions.
これは新車で80万くらいかな。
800,000 yen for a brand new bike. That's like about $8,000. I don't know if that's average for a motorbike. But considering cars are like several $10,000 minimum. Yeah, that seems right.
たっけはたっけバカどうやってためんだよ
There he goes calling us an idiot again. Yoshisuga has no manners.
まあバイトとか頑張ったから。
800,000 yen, that's like one or two fights. Well, you know, he hasn't gotten to Yoshisuga hasn't gotten to the big city yet. He can't do Yakuza yet.
そんな新車が事故ってなんて。春脇さん、気の毒。
She says while eating.
ちえみ先生、さっきから気にはなってたんだけど、差し入れ、僕の分は
So we don't get to eat after all, and the reason we don't get to eat is because Chiemi ate our food.
先生思わず全部食べちゃった。春脇さん気の毒。
Bets on whether this was intentional or not, guys. Who wants to place your bets? I didn't want sympathy from the one responsible. As I told her off for not leaving me any food, I somehow removed the tires. I could only hope I'd be able to fix this up. I'd had this thing for less than a month, but the trouble it was putting me through made it feel somewhat dear to me. You had the bike for less than a month and you wrecked it already. Good job, Haruaki. I wanted to fire it up again and make it go as fast as it could. Suddenly, I heard an engine. It felt like it was mocking me. Hold on. An engine? Here? I stopped working and turned around to see an unfamiliar van drive into the plaza. Barring the classic-looking piece of junk in the Sato's garage, this was the first time I'd seen a car here. As far as I knew, no one living here actually owned a running car, so...
さっき言った記者さんたちだね。
Question, Jimmy. Why did you think about asking them to give us a ride back to the city? I knew it. Once the van stopped, a lady stepped out of it.
こんにちは。
Oh, she's pretty.
どうも。今日もご迷惑をおかけします。これまで見ないお方ね。
どうも、自己春秋です。
Haruaki bike crash.
そこまで自虐的になんなくても。
Crap, that was no time for an inside joke. He's just made all her introductions of him that she's been like gradually shortening. He just made it as short as possible. I quickly introduced myself properly.
ちょっとその辺で事故りましてね。ここに寄せてもらってます。
なるほど、学生さんね。事故は災難だったわね。ちなみに私はこういうものです。
The woman gave me her business card. Isako Mamiya, a freelance writer. Her pen name was Kyuko Hosei.
ちなみに読んだことない宝生9個の記事。
すみません。
Okay, huh. That name was translated as Hosei, like probably the character for Star. But she pronounced it Hosho. I love Japanese. I hate Japanese.
だよね。まだまだマイナーだし、そもそも記事載った雑誌、主婦向けとシニア向けだし。
それは難易度高いな。ちなみに何を書いておられるんです？
フードレビュー、変わった食品専門のね。
I like her already. I like her very much.
あれですか？世界で一番臭い缶詰とかそういう。
そうそう。まあシュールなんて今更ネタになんないから国内に絞ってマイナーな珍味を探し歩いてるわけ。
Wait, if she's a food writer and she's in this village for presumably research, what kind of weird food is in this village anyway? And why are they not letting us eat it?
そんなわけで郷里に変わった料理があるとか情報があったらぜひちょうだい。日本全国どこでも行くから。
ラボの後輩がキャンパス内で採ったキノコで豚汁作ったら集団幻覚が起きまして。
Hi, Koyos. You came in time for food talk.
思いつきと毒物は却下ね。
As we chatted, I became curious.
そういえば取材の方はお二人とか。
ええ、もう一人いるわ。ちょっと降りてくるのに時間が。あ、来た来た。
I looked at the van and became completely awestruck. Felt like the van had shed its skin or something. That made no sense, but seriously, how did this fit in there? He was gargantuan. Takumi-san was something, but this man was on the level of a foreign heavyweight wrestler. Though, unlike Takumi-san, this man was primarily fat rather than muscle. As he walked out of the driver's seat, the van shook wildly.
写真家の橋本雄大さんよ。こちらは私よりもっとずっと有名。オールラウンドでご活躍中で、写真はきっと気づかないうちに何枚か目にしてるはずよ。
He's also not much of a talker. I didn't know much about photography, but I was definitely convinced. There was a certain kind of authority or gravity around him. He wasn't saying a word, and I couldn't tell what he was thinking.
どうもはじめまして。久石春明です。
Was he even alive?
どうも。
After a strange pause, he slowly bowed like the moving mountain he was, and greeted me with a voice like a titan. He seemed somewhat difficult to interact with.
今日で最終日でしたっけ？ええ、オリレさんが秘蔵の獅子慣れを開けてくださるってことなので。よその人に耐えられるかな。まあ、胃薬も持ってきてるから大丈夫でしょ。
I want to try this thing. And so, Mamiyashi and Hashimotoshi walked off to the dining hall. Who would have thought that such a beauty was a delicacy hunter? I had to admit, that gap was kinda charming. Why is this man's estimations of women all in how beautiful they are, or how attractive they are? As intrigued as I was, I couldn't waste any more time. I had to fix my bike already. Whoa! A lot of things had surprised me here in Yasumizu, but nothing as much as this.
もしもし。
He also doesn't talk. first glance, he looked like a poor man too senile to think and perceive properly.
何かご用ですか？
I made sure to speak as clearly as possible. It didn't look like he understood. I figured it was best to just ignore him and resume the repairs, but
クール。
I looked at him again. He was still just standing there like his soul and brain had left his body. A vacant stare, yellowed eyes, half-open mouth covered in saliva.
クール。
He spoke again.
何が来るんです？
おお。
What? His voice was too hoarse to make out.
何ですって？
I placed my hand against my ear. Oh, he got up close. You played roundabout until your computer crashed at 4 a.m. I'm glad you're enjoying roundabout, Koyos. It was a fun game to play. He finally understood what I wanted and prepared to whisper something. I brought my ear closer and...
狼が来るぞ。
That is a great face. I want this face as a profile pic. The man who cried wolf. The eyes and going in, like seriously, just the eyes in different directions. That's so great. The sudden shout caught me completely off guard and made me fall to the ground. He looked down at me, laughing. He clapped and opened his half-toothless mouth into a wide smile.
狼が来るぞ。狼が来るぞ。
He bent his body in a weird way, laughed like he was convulsing, turned around, and just left.
春明さん、遅かったか。
Jimmy had joined the journalists and only just came back.
何が遅かったと？
おじいちゃん、知らない人にはああやっていたずらするんだよ。
Yeah, Grandpa was definitely having fun.
あれ、ちえみちゃんの？
いやいや、本名は知らないんだ。昔から休みずにいるおじいちゃんだけど、昔からあんな感じ。
ボケてるというか、ちょっとおかしいのか、あの人。
うん、みんな狼じじいって呼んでるけどね。
Named after the boy who cried wolf, I assume? Doesn't work as well, though.
狼ね
As far as I knew, there were no wild wolves in Japan. There used to be, but after the last sighting in either the Meiji or Showa era, they've been considered extinct here. Modern Japan's image of wolves came from Western fairy tales and the like. It wasn't linked to anything in our culture or life. Even the boy who cried wolf was a Western tale. Did his brand of insanity make him repeat the tale or something? A bit weirded out by the circumstances, I went back to repairing my bike. After a bit more time, I somehow took off the rubber from the tires and removed the tubes. Both tires were pierced by some really rusty nails. Fuck. This kind of stuff only happened at the worst times. Then I applied the patches and filled them with air using a manual pump. I wet the tubes. There were no bubbles, meaning no air was leaving them. Things were looking good. After the high schoolers came back from school and passed by, no one else stopped to talk. Chiemi was looking a bit bored now.
なんとかなりそうかも。
嘘。あんなにダメっぽかったのに。
悪かったね。まあ、これを組み立て直すって大仕事が残ってるけど。
He took apart the entire bike just to fix his tires.
それが終わったら出発できそう？
そうだね。長居するとまずそうなのはよくわかったし。
よかった。
She didn't seem to care that much. Guess I had no chance with her, huh?
もう何時間も缶を詰めっぱなしでしょ。大丈夫？疲れてない？
昼食休憩の機会が誰かさんに奪われたこともあってね。
代わりにクラッカーをあげたじゃないですか。
Like that was enough to save a guy in his mid-20s.
まあ僕は大丈夫。もう一頑張りする。君ももう行っていいよ。大体の人とは顔合わせしたような気がするし。
多分あと2人会ってない人がいるかな。
Really? Well, there was no real need to, right?
もうちょっといるよ。どうせ暇だから帰ってきたわけだし、することもないし。
52人の男友達と遊ぶ選択肢はなかったの？
Wow!
前言撤回。暇したいから帰ってきたの。街暮らしは面倒も多くて、52人からのメール攻めとかさ。
そっか。
ごめん、52人は嘘。
なんでそんな嘘を。
春明さんに対する牽制？
It worked! Why would she pull a tactic like that only to reveal her hand?
ねえ、彼女に振られたって本当？
And now she asked me that.
本当だって。
そっか。
Well, after that relentless assault, it wouldn't be fair unless I played my own card.
なんならこれ乗っていく？
え？これって2人乗りなんだ。
もちろん。一応タンデム用のヘルメットも吊るしてきてるし、まだ乾いてないけど。僕はこのままここを出ていくから、その便でちえみちゃんも外に出るのが都合良ければってことになるけど、ついでにロングツーリングしてみる？時間さえあればどこへだって行くよ。
Flexible, open to fine-tuning, wild and charming. This was a good date invitation if I said so myself.
いいね、素敵。都合、問題ないよ。
Oh?
じゃあ、荷物まとめてくるね。
Shammy smiled and turned around to head to her place. She then looked back at me and
急いだ方がいいよ。ちえみさんの気が変わらないうちにね。
はいはい、もちろん。
well, that made me motivated. This was one tiring trip, but at least I met someone good along the way. I just forget everything I didn't want to remember while on the road with her. I could only hope that clever girl and I would eventually grow closer. You misread I have no plans as I have no puns, and you were this close to dropping her off the werewolf list. We have played like only about 2.5 hours of this game so far. I'm sure there's plenty of time for puns. With that ulterior motive in mind, I resumed for building the bike. After several failed attempts, I was finally making some good progress putting the bike back together. Afternoon had passed, and it was almost evening. At the rate I was going, I'd definitely be working while it was dark. Would that even be possible? It might be way past midnight by the time I was done. Jimmy might dump me for that. Man, life sure was hard. The plaza I worked in was now totally empty. There was no one around me. All I could hear was the wind, the frogs, and the tools in my hands. It was desolate, to say the least. I suddenly felt really weak. It made me keenly aware of being in a place I didn't belong, and that I was preparing to escape. It was an oppressive atmosphere, like the bars of a cage were slowly swinging shut. What's this, Haruaki? Think you're gonna get attacked or something? Tried to laugh it off, but it didn't work. As I became more conscious of my surroundings, I began to hear things I hadn't noticed before. I heard a voice. Someone was singing. It was an inarticulate little girl's voice. I stopped my work. Before I knew it, I'd put my tools down and gone looking for the source. Was I that starved for human presence? Or did the malaise make me feel like I was in danger? I walked down the hill to where the song came from. Passing the tall grass, I arrived.
信内さんのお守りは
It was a strange sight. The field was covered in tall grass. There were countless rocks peeking out of it. Unlike the boulders all over Yasumizu, these were only up to my waist. They looked like gravestones.
いついつクジラも斜めに走る
The field extended into the dusky western sky before ending at a cliff. This was the lowest spot in Yasumizu, the border to Saranaga. There was a large pine right at the edge.
嵐を見とけが生えり
The evening sun, the stones, and the pine's shadow gave the field a strange aura. A little girl was running through it. Her steps were awkward. At this moment, the space was alien. I felt like I was looking at a Giorgio de Chirico painting. The place felt like it didn't belong in this world. Suddenly, I came to understand that this place was special. It was a sacred, mystical ground where no outsiders were welcome. The girl fell.
大丈夫？
I guess this wasn't caught by proofreaders. I ran with no hesitation to the little girl. Oh. Or maybe it's intentional. I'm pressing the arrow buttons. And nothing's working here. So I'm guessing it's intentional. We're in the Matrix. This is a little hard to read out. So he helped up the half-crying little girl, whose clothes were now muddy. She had a new graze on her band-aid-covered kneecap. He tried to console the little girl, but she pushed him away and ran. And there was someone in the distance who appeared. It was a girl he saw once before. Oh, I guess his thoughts are breaking while he's here in this field.
夕霧立てば宴の支度
So the girl says something incomprehensible, and the little girl hides behind this girl with fear and hostility in her eyes.
逃げて
She hugs the little girl, and she's warning me?
間に合わないでも逃げて
He's facing the girl. The girl's facing behind? Oh, the mist. It's just mist coming up from behind the girl. It feels like I want a notepad for this. Like some kind of map. He turns around and runs. But where? In a daze, I came back to the plaza. Suddenly, Yomi shook me, bringing me back to my senses.
どこへ行ってたの？
ごめん、すぐ作業に戻るから。
何言ってるの？もうダメ、間に合わない。春秋さんも隠れて。
I couldn't understand what she was getting at.
何やってんだチエミ、とっとと部屋に戻れ。
でも春秋さんが。
ほっとけそんなよそ者。俺はおやっさんと他の連中んち回るから絶対戻れよチエミ。
I couldn't understand. What were these two doing? What scared them so much? It didn't take long for me looked down the hill. From Saranaga, beyond the field I'd just been in, came a rising haze. It was so dense, you could easily call it mist. It moved strangely, like a living creature, as it flowed into the plaza.
春秋さん、こっち。
Chiemi pulled me by the hand.
何がなんだか頭がなんだ頭が重いな。
今は我慢して。どこか鍵のかかるところに一人で入るの。出ないと死んじゃう。
どういうことなの？理由を。
お願い、春秋さん。今だけは言うことを聞いて。
Albeit hesitantly, I did as she said. Let him die. We ran up the hill and crossed the rice field path until we made it to a simple outhouse.
ここならなんとか。
She's gonna lock us into a bathroom. Into a toilet.
本当何事なんだ？確かにすごい霧だけど、そんな慌てることじゃ。
いい？春秋さん。 詳しく説明してる時間はない。だからお願いだから今から言うことを絶対に守って。今から一晩ここに入って鍵をかけて絶対に物音一つ立てないで。
My mind was pretty clear by this point, so much so that I began to wonder why it was clouded until now. Because of that, I could easily understand exactly what Chiemi just said, despite how weird it was. It's a visual novel, you mean locked in a cramped space together? No, I get the feeling that everyone locks themselves up individually. I could also see she was really desperate. Well, we've only got one choice here. We're missing key number 3, key number 8, key number 19, and key number 20. So, we're stuck in the outhouse. A polite werewolf to not kill you if the door's locked.
またとんでもない指示が来たもんだ。
春秋さん。
言っとくけど、相当な無茶ぶりだからね。ノルマクリアの暁には相当な見返りと説明を要求するから。
うん、いいよ。全部話す。だから今晩を生き延びて。
The words, the teary smile, none of it looked fake.
じゃあね、君も急ぐんでしょ？
うん。それじゃ、春秋さん。
何？
明日言うから。
Leaving me one hell of a homework assignment, Chiemi ran off. The plaza was covered in the mist by now. I could see it rising to take over the fields, too. Anyway, a promise was a promise. 10 minutes later, I began to wonder what I was doing. Was I really supposed to spend the night here? This outhouse wasn't like a prefab you'd find in construction sites. It was just a shack built by hand. It merely happened to have a toilet unit installed. It was Japanese style, so I couldn't even sit down. It's a squatty potty! All I could do was stand. Another problem. It was the type of toilet that periodically had to be pumped empty, so the smell was really bad. Sure, there was a cover on the toilet unit, but without any kind of air freshener anywhere, the smell of ammonia could only do so much. The only good thing about being here was that if I had to go to the toilet, well, mission complete. But what of it? Again, was I really supposed to spend the night here? The question quickly made me realize how stupid this was, and I began making assumptions to make this easier for myself. Was I being pranked? Or was everyone here just crazy? Hell, the mist had already filled the surroundings, and there was no way that this shabby outhouse protected me from it. The air here already felt misty and damp. The temperature here was low, so I could still bear it somewhat, but staying here all night would make me all wet. Again, I wasn't safe from the mist here. That considered, I'd probably be better off sleeping in the grass outside than staying here. The reasonable part of my mind urged me to stop playing along with these hicks. However,
今から一晩ここに入って鍵をかけて絶対に物音一つ立てないで。うん、いいよ。 全部話す。だから今晩を生き延びて。
My sense of duty made it hard for me to break the promise I'd made to her. Actually, that wasn't quite true. I was more intrigued by the prospect of learning more about this place. Now the heat of all that fermenting is gonna help keep him warm. Anyway, I took the time to compile what I'd found out today. This was the Yasumizu settlement, a special part of Fujiyoshi. It was situated right next to the Saranaga Rapids. The people living here were Chiemi Serizawa, Yasunaga Oribe, his family, Kaori Oribe and Yoshitsugu Oribe, Chikamochi Kamoshida, Haru Makishima, her granddad, Kanzo Makishima, Tai Yamawaki, Takumi Muro, Kiyonosuke Nosato. It seemed like he was from Kami Fujiyoshi, the place on the other side of the mountain, but for some reason, he lived here now. And finally, the old man who cried wolf. Those were the 11 people I'd met, and Chiemi said I had 2 more left. That could only mean that the 2 I'd met by that pine were the ones. A little girl. She was probably the child that strayed into Saranaga yesterday morning. And then there was the fantastical-looking, white-haired woman clad in strange clothing. She was probably the one I'd seen in the morning. The fact I'd seen her twice made it likely that she was indeed real. But with how mysterious this place was, I couldn't rule out the possibility that she was an illusion. According to Chiemi, the little girl was being looked after by someone in the village, so I could only assume that the white-haired woman was one. If I counted the little girl, it would mean that Yasumizu had 13 inhabitants. Then there were the 2 journalists, Hisako Mamiya and Yudai Hashimoto. Add me to that, and you had a total of 3 outsiders, but I'd put that aside for now. Anyway, time for an assessment. I mean, while he's assessing what he knows about this place, Chad is assessing their points. It's true, there is nothing to spend it on, especially if you... I'm clicking out of the game for a moment. Especially if you don't use the rewards, or if you're already subbed, because you basically have the 1 emote I have unlocked already. I honestly don't know what to do with the points. I'm still figuring things out. I have literally only been streaming a little under 2 months at this point. Well, streaming regularly, a little under 2 months. Chat seems to want marbles. Zoku says, fuck chat. 10k Twitch sings 1 round. No. I mean, I'll give it some thought. I really don't know what to do with points. I have infinity points. And I have a bunch of games. We will see, chat. We will see. Continuing. Yesterday morning, a little girl strayed into Saranaga. To make it worse, no one, not even herself, knew anything about her. She instantly got branded as an ill omen. No on marbles? Thinking about it. I don't have animal ears, Guinea. 50k to go until Marble Flood. Oh, that poor, poor punch. The next day, Chiemi, who was in Saranaga for some reason, found me there. They recognized me as a proper lost person, but since I came through Saranaga, I was also branded as an ill omen. From what Kiyonosuke Nosaroshi said, it was safe to assume that it used to be customary to throw people like us into Saranaga. And then, there was the mist. The girl said something mysterious. Prepare for the feast when the evening mists arrive. I could only assume it was related to the same superstitions. After all, the mist came from Saranaga itself. It and the river seemed to be central to the local customs and ideas. that in mind, how was it dangerous? What was gonna happen now? Yomi Bito, as in people from Yomi? The ancient Japanese land of the dead? This has basically become Siren. We've got the myths, we've got the hidden away Japanese village with journalists, outsiders basically. We've got like a mysterious thing, custom that no one knows about. Dead people came back to Saranaga, and they were corrupted. Well, that gave room for some wild ideas. Was there some sort of pathogen in Saranaga that rose up the myths? Did it turn people into zombies? Was I about to be part of a Japanese Resident Evil? Wait, that was already Japanese. I think this is the translator's fault for it being self-aware, but it would be hilarious if the game referenced Biohazard in the original. What if you had a 10% chance to be infected by the mist, but a 100% chance to be infected by another person? That explained why everyone had to isolate themselves like this. If I became a zombie, I probably wouldn't have the mind to unlock the door. So basically, by locking myself in here, I was quarantining myself. I hadn't put all that much thought into that, but that seemed like a good story. Sure, stuff like the boulders and the wolves didn't fit anywhere into my idea, but it was still interesting. Then again, I knew this was Hicksville and all, but would a superstition that science could explain so easily really survive the modern world? It seems so weird.
今から一晩ここに入って鍵をかけて絶対に物音一つ立てないで。
Yeah, this guy has no idea what staying inside means. He would not survive social distancing. He would not survive COVID-19. I don't have a webcam, Robbie. I'm not interested in getting one or a tablet. And not really interested in doing a doodle stream, sorry. Don't make a sound. To be frank, the reason why I spent so much time on these delusions was because I was scared of things I didn't know or understand. In the past, people used to attribute stuff like natural phenomena and diseases to gods, devils, yokai, and then do nothing but fear them. They were scared of these manifestations of monsters and whatnot, but on the other hand, it was better than not seeing or not knowing what they really were. The fact that you could die to things you couldn't see or understand made life really unreasonable and unfair. That was why it was very logical to give things names and mental images in order to recognize and memorize them. My fear of things I didn't know was the same, except I wasn't satisfied with just labels or hypotheses. I needed to reach the truth. That aside, what I was feeling right now wasn't a fear of the unknown. It was a realistic, practical fear of something that could endanger my life.
今から一晩ここに入って鍵をかけて絶対に物音一つ立てないで。
That meant that outside lurked something dangerous that could hear sounds. Perhaps it was the so-called dead that rose up from the river. Or maybe, assuming I was right with my Saranaga sickness theory, it was people who came out and beat the shit out of all the diseased who didn't follow the rules. Can we have that right now? I think we need that right now. The wolf is coming. Maybe the wolf was the title given to the killer. Suddenly, I heard a scream in the distance. Oh, come on! Can't we be a good person and stay in the toilet? It's not letting me, chat. It's not letting me. I'm trying so very hard. I'm like mashing the mashing the button right now. Alright, we're gonna go out and take a look. Get your Fs ready in chat. Wow, that was some timing. Right as I was about to form a new hypothesis, the proof connecting it all suddenly came to me, and it was was right outside. He deserves to stay in the toilet? I mean, it would help him stay alive. Time for bad end? First time you play through a visual novel is always bad end, getting you know this. It had gotten really dark. There were no lights anywhere. The darkness was fear. Unperceived equals unknown equals dangerous equals scary. Leaving this place was dangerous. Dangerous equals scary, 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 scary! Scary things were scary no matter how much logic you applied. But I couldn't discard my desire to get to know the fear and conquer it. I opened the door and stopped in place. Night wasn't absolute darkness. No matter how dark or cloudy it was, the sky always gave some bit of light to us. However, I came to understand that it could be hard to see even if there was light. Everything I saw was covered by a dense mist. Combined with the pale moonlight, it made the area seem milky. It made it hard to get around. Regardless, I couldn't ignore the scream. There was something beyond this veil. I kept moving forward. Unless my ears were deceiving me, the scream belonged to a woman and had come from the right. I couldn't let myself think that. Or rather, I didn't want to think that. The unknown was scary. Personally, I'd found that principle made my life really easy. I had more than enough fear from those which were directly threatening my life. I really didn't want to have the fear of losing someone as well. Change your line of thought, Haruaki. Solving the mystery might save someone. 2 birds with 1 stone. I began walking faster. Another scream. It was close. I realized I had to find a way to protect myself. I was unarmed, so I looked around for anything I could use as a weapon. I felt around to see if there were any branches or anything. Sadly, all I felt was grass. I went deeper and searched the ground itself. Soon, I felt something hard. It was a rock. A moment of digging later, I took it in hand. It was a bit smaller than my hand. I almost teared up at how useless it seemed, but it was better than nothing. I looked at the base of my feet and saw the grassy ground. I could easily move forward if I first checked the ground using my feet. And since I might have been close to the danger, I had to focus on what was ahead, too. I recognized the danger, and if possible, get rid of it. I concentrated entirely on that and stepped forward. I couldn't hear the screams anymore. Well, we were warned at the very, very beginning of the game about blood-curdling screams. I guess that was it. No more screams. But I could hear other things. Other things that sound a lot like stabby stab. A wet sound. And the sound of something cracking. It filled my mind with countless things I didn't want to imagine. Even so, I kept walking forward. Forward. Until I saw it. Oh. I don't have the alerts on for whatever reason, so thank you, whatever that was. Let's go check. Hey, Nocturnal Kitsune. Thank you for the follow. Oh. My hypotheses were nothing but delusions. The truth was truly something you had to see yourself. But why? Why was this so scary in spite of being true? It wasn't supposed to exist. It's got 3 eyes. 1, 2, and glowy red thing here in the center. 3 eyes. It couldn't exist. After all, it was a wolf with a humanoid body. And there's no such thing as werewolves. The next morning, in the paddy field in Fujiyoshi, Yasumizu, 3rd block, someone discovered a thoroughly mangled corpse. Clothes nearby led the discoverers to conclude that it was a traveler, Haruaki Fusaishi. He's still moving. Strangely enough, I could perceive this particular moment.
読み人じゃ泣きにせえ
And so, I
さよなら春樹さん
was finished off by the girl.
宴が始まりました。
The last thing I heard
狼をくぐる。
was that. Well, that was an end. We got a key! So who died? For now, we definitely died. We most definitely died. Let me go and just make a note of this one. Alright. So we got key number 2. It is a time looping game. Does the loop imply we got reading Steiner? Here's the interesting thing, Guinea. I said at the start of stream that this game was translated by someone who worked on Steins Gate. It's actually the guy who uses the online handle Steiner. It's a time looping game then? Yeah, we got a chart. We can go back and change our decisions. We have now unlocked key number 2, Werewolf and Resurrection. We can view it in the keys list. The route unlocked by this key is represented by the same number on the scenario chart. Well, I think we remember this. This one was the last choice we had, where we could choose to stay in the toilet or not stay in the toilet. Bad ending number 2. That is one hell of a game over screen. It's very dramatic. Like, damn. The scratchy text. The hand reaching out. Well, we were kind of doomed to get a game over anyway. We don't really need to watch the hint corner. We know exactly where to go. There's a sheep! Sorry, it's getting paused while I make it louder. There's a sheep! Mirai always looking out for us. Alright. We've looped back to 511. But we can see our options. 4 here is still locked. 20 here is when she was asking us if we thought she was a thirsty perv, desperate, needed an alibi, or just a nice girl. That's not happening for a while. Hiding in outhouse has a lot of locks to unlock. 3, 8, 19, 20. Oh, okay, no. This was the choice where we could go or stay. So this is the choice where we could choose to follow the scream or not, apparently. And we've got some time, which is why I want to start the stream a little earlier too. So let's see what the other path will take us to. Apologies for the blood-curdling scream repeated. The game warned you. I didn't. That was my bad. We're getting one more. Alright. Oh, I like the little skull. Oh, okay, no, this is definitely okay, we can leave for whatever reason or stay in the toilet. So the other one was we could stay we could go hide in the toilet or we could convince Chiemi otherwise, I guess. Okay. Well, we've unlocked keep still. So let's try keeping still. What was that? I made it a little bit louder, but I'm thinking I should probably make it a little less loud now. There we go. What was that? We've unlocked obedience / common sense. Yeah. It sounded like someone's life was in danger. It meant something dangerous was nearby. Wait, I couldn't be rash. The world didn't have many things that logic couldn't explain, like the existence of murderers. But until I saw the source of the scream myself, it was nothing but a source of fear.
今から一晩ここに入って鍵をかけて絶対に物音一つ立てないで。
I reached to open the door, but something stayed my hand. It was my promise to Chiemi. But that scream just now was very real. It wasn't normal. I had to assume the situation was dangerous, and maybe I could help if I went out. But that meant endangering myself. I was no saint, and I had no plans to rectify that. If there was something that could get me to walk out, it would be curiosity. My curiosity had won over many dangers thus far. But right now, it was weaker than my fear and risk of death. Why? Because I already knew. Shit! What the hell were these memories? It wasn't a premonition, a dream, or anything else that vague. My brain recognized it as something I'd experienced. But how? After all, I was still alive, and the time from those memories had yet to come. Was I a precog or something? By God, I swear I'd never experienced anything like this before coming here. And why did the memory come back to me at this particular moment? Regardless, that overwhelming fear and the pain and death that followed were exactly what waited for me if I opened the door. I couldn't feel more certain of that. The thoughts rendered me unable to move. Immobile. I stood still, completely certain that I'd lost my chance to leave. I wasn't childish enough to sneer at selfish decisions, but this still didn't feel good. Not to mention I was upset at myself for not being able to act like me and just run out simply because I was curious. I didn't even feel saved until that moment. Suddenly, the door began to shake. This place had a handle on the outside, and someone was pulling on it, hard. There was a lock, sure, but there was only so much it could take before it broke. I prepared to pull on it from inside, but
今から一晩ここに入って鍵をかけて絶対に物音一つ立てないで。
what would happen if I did? Whoever was outside would instantly know I was here. Even if I protected the door, the thing had lots of other ways of hurting me. But what if it didn't know about me and was just weirded out by this randomly locked toilet? What if I didn't show a hint of fear to what it was doing? Would it just leave? I chose to just wait and see. Once again, someone pulled the door, shaking the structure as a whole. Shake it so hard that it falls over and all the contents of the squatty potty tips out onto him. I gulped down a scream and focused on the lock. If it broke, it'd be over for me. Over. As in, I'd be dead. That was what that memory told me. I was powerless back then, and even more so now. Assuming I tried to fight back, what would work? I heard that teeth were the hardest part of the human body, so maybe I could bite? Yeah, I'd tear whatever it was apart with my teeth. I'd bite its death. I gathered my wits in killing intent. Grinding my teeth, I glared at the door. How long had it been? The sound suddenly stopped. For all I knew, it might have been a ploy to make me drop my guard. I'd slowly count to 500. If nothing happened in that time, I'd assume it went away. There were no screams or attacks after that. But the silence around me improved my perception, and I heard strange noises every now and then. Breathing, growling, claws on the ground. Basically, I felt a beastly presence. So, that thing actually existed here? Was it what the mist brought here from Saranaga? The wolf is coming. Did they all know about this? Shit. I couldn't learn anything in a place like this. And not knowing things scared me. Trusting my prescience or deja vu or whatever it was, I chose to just stay quiet and wait. I'd find out everything tomorrow. I just had to make it through the night and then talk to Chiemi. And if it was something I couldn't solve, I'd just run away. Thankfully, my bike repairs were going well, but I'd be leaving even if it didn't work. I'd walk to Kamifujiyoshi if I had to. Unlike Yasumizu, they might have had reliable means of transport. For now, I just had to stay awake and make it through the night. Well, looks like he survived. I never liked seeing night gradually turn brighter as the morning arrives. It always made me feel like shit. Like I'd just done something harmful, both for my body and as a human being in general. I found it natural to spend the night asleep and welcome the morning well rested and with a smile. I'd never expected to feel so much gratitude for the morning light leaking through the door of an outhouse. It felt like the beasts had been out and about the whole night. Naturally, the high humidity here had made my clothes all wet and sticky. It wasn't pleasant, but even trying to move them and make it more uncomfortable for myself felt like a matter of life and death. Maybe it was a good thing I couldn't relax, but hell, it was exhausting in more ways than one. When I heard Chiemi shout, "Haruaki-san!" in the distance, I was so overcome with relief I almost fell to my knees. If this turned out to be a trick, and I opened the door to see some wolf with a chewed collar in its mouth lunging for my throat, I'd just give up and let it have me at this point. With that in mind, I opened the door. I expected to see the same picturesque village I'd seen yesterday, so what I actually saw shocked me pretty hard. What the hell was up with this thick mist? I couldn't see shit. It was like the entire area was consumed by it. Did someone line every inch of this place with dry ice or something?
Haruaki-san!
I could hear Chiemi, but not see her.
Chiemi-chan, こっちだ!
Haruaki-san! よかった!
I heard a wet sound and finally saw a silhouette within the mist.
大丈夫?
歯にはまった!
I walked up and saw exactly what I expected. A girl struggling to free one of her legs stuck deep in the paddy field.
そうか、頑張れ。
助けてって。
抜けないのね。じゃあ手を、よっと。
わ、わ。
I tugged her hand and braced my legs. That was enough to help her, but she lost her balance and...
おっとセーフ。
ヘッドロック。これ技。決まってる。
Despite how close we were now, this wasn't the least bit romantic.
とにかくよかった。無事だったんだ。
I definitely remembered a time where I was far from a right, though.
ああ、なんとかね。
I had no idea what that was about, so I didn't see any reason to mention it.
ただ、夜中獣みたいな気配がした。
Chiemi's expression immediately darkened. She clearly knew what I was referring to.
聞きたいことはたくさんあるけど、 まず昨晩聞いた悲鳴のことが気になる。
それは
知ってるの？
She felt silent, clearly uncomfortable. It was pretty ominous.
来て。どうせいつか嫌でも見る。
Chiemi gave me her hand. I took it, but I didn't feel the least bit excited about this. She led me down the path to the school dorm.
あ、フサイさん、無事だったんですね。
生還おめでとう、ベンジョマン。
Toilet man.
ありがとう、温かい布団マン。君たちも無事。いや、はるちゃんは？
Did she?
いえ、大丈夫です。まだ部屋なんですが、ちょっとショックが強かったみたいで。
Seems like
身支度に時間が。
it's very easy to shock Haruchan.
そうか。皆さん僕より先に動いてたみたいだな。
逆によく耐えれたな。寝てたの？
寝られるか。いつ出ていいかわからないからずっと起きて待ってたよ。ちえみちゃんに呼ばれてようやく。
起きてたんですか？
Yasunaga-kun made it sound like that was weird.
いや、あのトイレで寝てごらん。横になるどころか座れもしないぜ。
いや、そうじゃなく、そうか。
I really hate it when people just trail off like that. It makes me way too curious.
ちなみに君たちはなぜここに？
はるちゃん待ちと見張りだよ。
A lookout?
状況がはっきりするまで現場に誰も近づかないようにね。
Scene? So, someone actually...
見る？ベンジョマンの胃袋の強度試し。
もち、あんまふざけるなよ。
ああ、見るよ。
The invisible and unknown were way scarier than anything else. Not to mention, I could already smell something foul. I slightly moved them aside and walked up to the so-called scene. There was a corpse. Well, I appreciate that it's not graphic. It was in such a horrible state, it was hard to recognize it as human. I imagined this was what you would have gotten if you would returned a butcher's cart. That's how thoroughly the victim was disassembled. Also, the butcher would have had to deal in entrails. Enough of that comparison. Straining my eyes to look through the thick mist, I could actually make out some human parts within the vast sea of blood. Or mountain of death. Hands, torn clothing, hair, and a shoulder bag. How professional. She kept hold of her interviewing tools even while running for her life. Didn't do her odds of survival any favors though. Despite the body's state, it wasn't hard to tell that the victim was Hisako Mamiya, small-time food journalist. That thing. Did it come to me once it was done murdering her?
これはひどい。
大丈夫？吐き気とか。
Chiemi was standing a short distance away, looking at nothing in particular.
吐くものもないし、まあ慣れてるんで。
春明さん、そっち系の学部だっけ？
まあ一応医学系。
え、すごい。検視とかできる？
医学系ってのは医学部以外の類似学部生が見え張って使う表現さ。まあ病理解剖なら何度か見たけど。
The splatter. This seems like it would make a good wallpaper. Oh, except for the arrow. Oh wait, no. Yeah, every so often the arrow fades away. This seems like it would make a good wallpaper. I crouched down and put my hands together. Then, grimacing at the harrowing reek of blood, innards, and especially digested food, I brought my face closer. Perhaps I could learn something from this. I could, even if it wasn't much. This corpse wasn't split into pieces. The limbs were still connected, but They were folded in an unnatural way and looked really flattened. They were either crushed or bent with no regard to bones or muscle position. Then, her whole body had been torn apart. The innards were particularly badly damaged. The words, "wolf down," felt like the best way to put it. I found it hard to describe. This wasn't my job, so there wasn't much I could tell about it without touching it.
何がどうなってるのかわからない程度には常軌を逸した傷だよね。
I had an urge to add that this seemed inhuman, but I kept myself from saying that.
とにかくとっとと警察を呼んでプロに任せよ
う。No one seems too happy about calling the police. I said something any good citizen would, but for some reason they didn't seem to agree.
春明さん、警察は来ないんだ。
そんなことはないでしょ。人が死んでるんだし。
来ないんだ。
じゃあ避難しよ
う。それも無理なんだ。
どうして？バイクもあるし、この人たちが乗ってきた車だって。
Yeah, the van and the bike is enough to carry everyone in this village out.
とにかく不採士さんで生存者は全員見つかったはずだから、一度食堂に移動しましょう。
はるちゃんは僕らが連れてくぞ。
そっちはお願い。春明さん、行こ
う。なあ、ちゃんと説明してくれないか。
悪いけど精神的に無理。自分で見て勝手に理解して。
Wait, you promised us an explanation last night. It was the first time Chiemi had acted so harsh with me. I was pretty irritated myself, but it must have been worse for them. They actually had info on what was happening here.
無神経だったよ。
Chiemi said nothing more and just silently walked off. I followed after her. When we reached the plaza, I instantly understood what she'd said about evacuating. The bike and the van were both completely destroyed. The latter was in a particularly bad state. The front window was all broken, all 4 tires were flat, etc. My bike was on its side, its front fork was broken. Well, it was basically scrap metal now. Fuck. There was a rock right next to it too. Guess we had our weapon. And there were more remains inside the van. It looked like an enormous mountain of flesh and bone. If I didn't know about Yudai Hashimotoshi, I'd have assumed there were 2 or 3 corpses here. Wait, so Chiemi warned him and like shoved him in the toilet, but no one thought to warn the journalists to lock yourselves away and make 0 noise? Man, this village.
Hashimoto-san?
Chiemi slowly nodded. I now knew we'd lost not only 2 lives, but any means of transportation as well.
あれ見て。
She pointed at a wooden electrical pole. The line was dangling, torn apart with no hope of repair.
よその電線は生きてるけど、食堂のは電話線ごとやられた。外には連絡できないよ。
I took out my own phone. It worked, but the battery was almost dead, and like before, it was out of range. The situation had become even harsher than before.
これも見て。
Chiemi walked a few steps away. I followed after. There was a large boulder. It was tall enough to reach an average roof, and there were drawings on it. A crimson symbol of some sort. What did it represent? At first, it looked like an incoherent mess of lines. However, I soon realized there was a pattern. It felt like the calling card of some street gang. From what I could tell, the basis was a warped diamond shape with a spiral inside. There were 2 of them. They seemed to be drawn in blood, but that wasn't nearly as disturbing as the bizarre shape.
狼が2匹、村に紛れ込んだ。戦わなきゃいけない。
Chiemi made a quiet declaration. A Apparently, the settlement had been invaded by something malicious, and it was intelligent enough to rid it of all means of escape or contacting help. I could understand that much, but it didn't make sense to me. This wasn't some isolated island. There was the cliff, sure, but you could still go down to Saranaga or go to Kami Fujiyoshi. I'd ask about that the next time I had the chance.
ごめん。
ん？
気が立っちゃってごめん。春明さんだってきついでしょうに。
まあ気にしないでいいよ。所詮僕はよそ者だ。
そんなの言わないで。
ああ、言い方が悪かった。よそ者ゆえにルールがまだわからないから、もう少し静観するってこと。疲れちゃいるけど、多分普通の人よりは動揺はしてないと思うから、おとなしくしとこうってね。きっと他のご年配方はもっと殺気立ってるだろうし。
春明さん、本当にただの大学院生？
そうでなきゃなんだと？
なんか異様に落ち着いてない？まるでこういう質に慣れてるみたい。
多分大事な神経が何本か切れてるのさ。
I wonder if this is why his girlfriend broke up with him. Because he's way too calm in life or death situations. The small dining hall was jam-packed with people.
てめえ、生きてやがった。
おはようございます。大変なことになったみたいですね。
ごめんなさいね。ちょっと湯飲みが足りなくて。
いえ、お構いなく。
てめえがやったのかよ。あ？
Really, dude? Everyone else seems to know something about this. Why are you blaming us for it? The younger Oribe boy menaced me.
いや、やってないよ。どうしてそうなるの？
うるせえ。入ってくるんじゃね
え。よしぼうやめろ。うるせえのはお前だ。
ああ？匠にだって言ってただろ。こいつが怪しいって。
Man, I hadn't expected to be treated this badly.
ガキが出る幕じゃねえっつってんだ。それにここじゃ迷惑だ。なあ、カオリさん。
匠さん、とにかく落ち着いて、穏やかにね。
大丈夫だ。ちゃんと話は聞く。
ナムシ内大権限。ナムシ内大権限。
やめえたえば、縁起でもねえ。それより、集会堂の鍵はどこだ？
植松様に預けたわよ。2、3日前、お団を直すんじゃって。
We haven't met this Uebatsu, have we?
姉ちゃん、いいか？
取って参ります。
Oh, she's Uematsu. That was the woman. So she wasn't just an illusion. Uematsu-sama was her name, huh? I thought our eyes met for a second, but she just walked by me.
メイコちゃん、ちょっと待っててね。
That girl was here too. Deeper in, there was Kiyonosuke no Saroshi, clearly irritated by something. He survived! Crazy old dude survived! And not too far away, there was the old man who cried wolf. Just like yesterday, it was hard to tell what he was looking at, let alone thinking. They were the only ones sitting, by the way. The others were all just idly standing around.
母さん、皆さん、戻りました。
はるちゃん、こっち。
The 3 students were here. With them, the settlement's entire population had gathered. As for the outsiders, the journalists were dead, while I and the mysterious girl had survived. I didn't know the circumstances, but they probably had their reasons to be suspicious of me. Suddenly, Chiemi did something unexpected.
リカ子さん、ちょっと待ってもらえる？
She stopped a girl who was about to go out to get some key. Each villager seemed to call her differently, so I didn't know what to call her myself.
この人、久石春明さん。皿長でバイク事故に遭った人。
あ、どうも。
An introduction? Now? Why?
こちら、植松里香子さん。回るに末で植松。珍しいでしょ？上藤吉の長者、植松家の現当主様。
植松里香子と申します。お見知りおきください。
Oh. So she was like a local celebrity, huh? Like Kiyonosuke Shi's Nosato family?
あと、そっちのがメイコちゃん。名前がわかんないからそう呼んでるだけだけど。
こんにちは。よろしくね。
The girl they called Meiko trembled a bit and sprinted through the crowd to hide behind Rikaku Uematsu.
で、なんだっつうんだ、ちえみ。
私は、久石春明さんを宴に呼ばないことを提案します。
I felt a wave of perplexion go through the room.
ちい、買って言ってんじゃねえ。
そいつが怪しいか怪しくねえかを宴で決めるんだろ。
Their expressions were stern and their words harsh.
違います。私は彼がそもそも宴に参加する資格がないと言ってるの、匠兄ちゃん。
何言ってんだ、知恵ね。そいつが一番怪しいっつうの。
よし君、宴の支度した？は
あ？したい。
しなかった人いる？
How was I supposed to react? No one else was raising their hands, but I had no idea what they were talking about.
多分、はい。何のことかわからないんで。
Children are the future. Future means Mirai. She only says bah. Remember, we got a sheep character that showed up after we died, too.
宴の支度をしなかったから、あの二人は汚れを受けた。でも、春明さんは受けていない。私は、狼様が彼を無視していると思ってる。
Okami-sama? As in, Wolf-sama? Why the reverence? And what was she even talking about?
皿長から来た人ではあるけど、彼は本当にただ通り過ぎただけ。むしろ宴の邪魔になる。いえ、むしろ宴に混ぜれば狼様の怒りを買って何が起きるかわからないとすら思う。
ばあちゃん、どう思う？
あんた、ほんまに支度をせんと無事だったんかね。
ちなみに支度って？
みそぎ、物意味、夢枕。
体を清める。一つの建物に一人で閉じこもる。眠って夜明けを待つ。この三つ。
Well, he sure didn't get a chance to cleanse his body. He did lock up in a single building all by himself, and he sure as hell didn't sleep.
じゃあ守ってないですね。トイレに一人で入りましたけど、風呂も入らず一晩徹夜しましたから。
Does it count if you peed while you were in the bathroom? The place got all noisy. They probably didn't expect that answer.
わからんね。初めてよ。そんなことを聞いたのは。
Tai-san sounded genuinely puzzled.
リカ子さん、どう思われます？
I had no idea what kind of dynamics were at work here, but Chiemi asked for Rikaku Uematsu's opinion.
私も賛成です。信内明神が裁かれないのなら、この方は山の掟の拉致外におられるのでしょう。
Her words created even more commotion.
そういうことです。
ちえみ、分かってんのか？そいつを外すってことは。
うん。大 切な宴1日分、無駄な人をくくらずに済むね。
Are hanging for the day.
おやっさん、どうするんだ？
He was roundabout, but in the end, once again, the one to make the final call was Kanzo Makishimashi.
こいつは宴から外す。
おやっさん。
じゃあ
Glaring directly at me, the old man walked through the gathering and approached me. Seeing him from up close, I realized just how big and burly he was. It was pretty typical of someone living in a place like this, but it felt out of place on someone his age. His expression displayed both an inner strength to match his physique and a profound rage.
山の掟が通じねえなら、わしらの取り決めに従ってもらう。さもなくば、わしがてめえを殺す。
Oh, that's a strong punishment. He spoke slowly, yet decisively. Man, this was uncomfortable.
ちょっと待て。彼が外されるというのならば、私やリカ子さんも外していただけんかね。
あ？なんでだよ。
我々は上藤吉の人間だぞ。皿長の事情に付き合う必要はない。
野里様、そうはいきません。宴の日にいりゃ、野里も上松も身車も樋口も
おっちゃん、その理屈だったら僕もやっすんもサボってよくなる？
Oh, this is uncle and nephew. I was wondering what family this kid was from.
廃着されたものは話は別だろう。どうして今現在4家に属している者がこんなバカに付き合わなきゃならない？
キヨ。
気安く呼ぶな、ムロ。行きましょう、リカ子さん。こんなもの付き合う義理はない。
You know, I liked you when you wanted to throw our protagonist off the cliff, but the peasant's thing is a little strong.
いいえ、野里様。藤吉に住む者ならば、義理がないとは言えぬでしょう。皆等しく、親内様の手のひらの上。それが、この安水という皿の上に乗せられただけ。
By platter named Yasumizu, she really does mean that the denizens of Yasumizu, are being served.
しかし、
文句がありゃどこへでも行け。汚れで死ぬのが関の山よ。
Kiyonosuke she eventually fell silent, and Rikako left. To get the key, probably. She returned in no time, and everyone began leaving.
てめえは別のとこだ。
はい。どこに行けば？
匠、奥の檻使えるか？
He's gonna shove us in the cage?
そりゃ使えるけど。あ、わかった。連れてっとく。あんた、こっちだ。
Everyone went to some hall near the village plaza, while Takumi led me elsewhere. We made our way through the tall grass between the buildings. At a dead end next to wild trees and a rocky cliff, there was a large cage. It even had a roof and would have passed for a hut with a bit of work.
生け捕りにした獅子を入れとくような檻だ。悪いが、ここに入っといてもらう。
拒否権はないってわけですか。
悪く思うな。みんなが宴をやってる間だけだ。そう長くはかからね
え。We're getting shoved in a cage.
詳しい話を聞くのも無理と。
ああ、そうだな。悪いとは思うが、宴に出んで済むだけで幸運と思ってくれ。
How was I supposed to feel that way if I didn't even know what the feast was? I'd have asked, but he looks pretty irritated, probably because he wanted to get it over with. So I kept my mouth shut. The floor of the cage was mostly gravel, with spaces of wheat and other things littered about. There was a vague but very clear scent of beasts.
ここ横になっていいでしょうか。眠れる時に寝といた方が良さそうだ。
ずいぶんずぶといな、あんた。
単に臆病なだけ。死にたくないだけですよ。
That was why I'd abandoned those people. After Takumi-san locked me in and left, I laid down and closed my eyes. The ground was hard and it reeked pretty bad, but it was still an improvement over the outhouse. I should have taken the time to think about what the villagers had said, about my strange memories, and about how I could get the hell out of here. That was what I'd wanted to do, but I knew that I'd just be swept away by an unproductive spiral of regret if I went down that rabbit hole. Had I always been this admirable of a person? Another thing. For some reason, I felt like I'd spent the entirety of this time just watching the battle. So I decided that I'd focus on resting in preparation for what was to come.
みんな座りんさった。じゃあ
Is the scent of beasts him not bathing for 2 days, stomping through mud and puddles, and spending the night in the toilet? I think especially that last one, Guinea. Alright, so the gang's all here to play Mafia. To decide who the werewolf is. Wait. Is this Mochi? Is Mochi... Is Mochi wearing a dress? I mean, I've been assuming that Mochi was a guy because of the school uniform. Because normally he wears the same school uniform that Yasu's wearing. But... who knows which Mochi is? Maybe Mochi is female. Maybe Mochi is non-binary. I'm sorry to say Mochi probably isn't non-binary. But who knows? That's interesting. Like, that's the only outfit that's different from what we usually see them in.
読み意味の宴を始めましょうね。植松様、お願いしますよ。
新内様に献上されたおみきです。年少者から順に回し飲みしてください。お酒？あなたはお口をつけるだけ。
未成年者は飲むなよ。
一杯くらいどうってことねえよ。
You're underage.
やめなさい、義経。安永も何か言ってやって。
義経、あくまで形だけのものだから。
うるせえな。分かってるよ、兄貴。
こんなの飲みたくない。
You're also underage.
はるちゃん、チュッてして。はい終了。僕も終了。
Yeah, no. Mochi uses the boku pronoun, which is usually used by guys. But here we are in a bow and a dress, and even the character portrait has changed. Huh.
僕もこれで。知恵ね。
ここから大人ね。いただきます。
私はこのくらいで。
存外にいい酒だな。では、ムロ。
He's younger than him. They're going in age order. From youngest to oldest, so he's younger than him.
昼間っから酒が飲めるとは宴様々だな。ほらよ、おやっさん。
ああ、買えばこぼすなよ。
はいはい、いただきます。おじいさん、モテるかいね。
ガキか。
Oops. Guess he coughed it out. Maybe just a Felix Argyle situation, comfortably a boy, but enjoys the fashion. Yeah, no judgment for Mochi here. Just very Very curious.
一通り回ったか。会えば説明せ。
みんなお話は知っておるね。夕霧が立つとき、狼様はよみがえり、人を亡きにせんとされる。よもつ狼のお印が2つ。こたび狼様がお二人を血戻られた。じゃからあたしらは神内様の言う通り、こうして宴してお守り様の加護のもと狼様を探してくくらねばいかん。
Some of us were given. I wonder who these special some are.
従わずば神内様は汚れを下される。それはとても恐ろしい死に目を見るということよ。汚れを受けたくなくば宴に出て狼様を亡きにする。それがわしら安水の者の役目。
So far this is basically Mafia, Werewolf, whatever you choose to call this particular social deduction game.
お姉ちゃん、亡きにするって何？殺すという意味よ。
Very blunt.
怖い。大丈夫。私が守ってあげるから。遮って申し訳ありません、山脇さん。
ええのですよ。小さい子のすること。狼様かもしれんのはその子だけじゃございません。
やれやれ、くだらん話ですな。
And yet you stay in this village.
おいおっさん、くだらねえならとっとと出ていけや。そんで汚れで死んじまえ。
義継、お前は。
失礼だが織部さん、自分の子にどんな教育をなさっているのかね。
俺は勝手にグレてんだ。ババア巻き込んでんじゃねえや。
He's a good kid, technically. Just, I guess he's trying to seem cool.
義継、黙れ。ぶん殴るぞ。
ああ、匠にまで何威張ってんだ。
殴るっつったら殴る。よしも清も一緒だ。お前らちょっと黙れ。
貴様にそんな根性はなかろう。
言われてんぜ。
大人は無駄に根性試しをしねえ。それはともかくタイばあちゃん、俺やっぱり納得できねえよ。その話、俺らはずっと聞かされてきたが、ずっとわからねえことがある。俺らはずっとここで育ってきた。メイコ以外はみんな顔見知りだ。狼様が入れ替わってるって。そんなわけねえよ。みんな普段通りだ。
That's optimistic of you.
匠、甘えこと言ってんじゃね
え。なんだよおやっさん、怪しいやつがいるっつうのか。
どいつも怪しい。
Everyone's shady.
おじいちゃん。
That includes my own precious granddaughter.
春も気をつけ。けだものでも人を騙す。人ならなおさらよ。こん中にわしらを騙して平然としとるもんはおる。
なんでそう断言できるんです？
昔のもんの言葉には真実がある。
いいですけど。
安水のパープーの言ってきたことだろう。
近持ち。
Irreverent.
あんたはまたそんな。
Even the game calls him out.
モッチー、やめとけって。すみません。それでどうするんですか？
どうって話し合いで決めんだ。
話し合いで決まるのかな。しかもこの中の誰かを殺すという決定をでしょう。
You were thinking earlier that this complete fear of wolves and the need to slaughter is why they're extinct in Japan. and you're wondering if there's going to be a twist where they can coexist as a society, Guinea. Does a zoo count?
全員が自分の考えを言う。それで納得のいく意見を絞り込む。
知恵ね、どう思う？
少なくとも全員怪しくないと思う人と全員怪しいと思う人がいる時点で破綻してると思うけど、決まるはずのない会議を延々やっても苦痛なだけ。それに耐えかねてみんな偉い人の鶴の一声を望み始めるし。
G は何が言いて？
ちえみ、あんま心配すんな。俺らは安水の釜の飯食って暮らしてきたもん同士だぞ。なんとかなる。なんとか。
It didn't work out that way, probably.
匠兄ちゃんの仲間思いなとこすごく嬉しいけど、その仲間から一人選んで殺すんだよ。もっと嫌なこともあるよ。仲間から選びたくなかったら仲間じゃない人から選べばいい。自分がそんなに好きじゃない人とか、ここに来て日が浅い人とか、少なくともそういう理由では絶対に選ばないようにしないと大変な間違いをしちゃうんじゃないかな。
Jimmy believes in killing them all.
だから俺はそもそも殺すとか頭おかしいからやめようぜって方向にまとめてんだよ。
匠、それはいかん。
You gotta kill someone. The bloodthirsty old woman demands you do.
ばあちゃんだってこう言い出す。だからじっくり話してだろ。
わかるけどね。
ちょっと。
はーい、はるちゃんが喋りまーす。
知恵姉が連れてきた男が記者の人たち殺したとか、そういうのないのかな。
The old woman survived this long because she killed everyone, except for the old man that cried wolf. Probably.
言ってるそばから。
僕はないと思うよ。勘だけど。みんなどうですか？
匠にあいつが怪しいっつってたろ。
ああ、怪しいと思ったさ。しかしちえみの言う通り、そんな理由じゃ決めねえ方がいいだろう。それにあいつは変なやつだが、ああいうことをやりそうなやつじゃないような気がする。
Is he gonna tell them about us just sleeping in the floor of the cage?
それは私も賛成だけどね。とにかく私たちの問題なんだから、私たちで解決するべきだと思う。
それだって好みで選んでることに他ならんだろう。
じゃあ清之助さんはどうやって決めるべきだと思います？
結局こういった場で決める手段といえば多数決しかないものだよ。
民主主義万歳ってわけです。らしくもないですね。
私はそれ以外にこれだけの人間の意見をまとめる手段など存在しないと言っているのだよ。
This is all a lot of text to get to the point where you eventually just point fingers at each other.
第一、話し合いで納得というのも結局は大多数が合意する結論を取るということだろう。多数決に他ならん。そうでなければそれこそ君の言った鶴の一声、つまり有力者の独断で決まることになるのだろう。安水の有力者とはマキシマ肝臓しかね、それとも山脇妙さんかね。そして殺されるのは住人でない私か。当のお偉方本人が狼かもしれないという状況でだ。バカらしいと思わないかね。
野里さん、
言っておくが、私は死ぬのはごめんだ。それならばせめて無力より一票の力を保てる方法を望みたいね。
俺は反対だ。多数決だ。そりゃ結論は出るだろうよ。正しいかどうかは別としてな。
They're spending a lot of time discussing how to vote instead of who is the wrong or who is the killer.
俺はやっぱりちゃんと話し合って決めるしかねえと思う。
ちなみに話し合いをするとなると何を話し合うんです？
We're watching C-SPAN right now. Basically.
ちゃん、 宴には山のお守りが力を貸すって話だよね。
Next up on C-SPAN, the Feast of Yasumizu.
そうよ。蛇様、猿様、カラス様、それに雲様が力をお貸しくださる。
What does that even mean?
詳しいことわかる？
蛇はうわジジイ知ってんのかよ。蛇は狼が誰か山に来てる。猿だけ2匹おる。お互いが猿じゃと知っておる。
These are just the roles in Mafia.
カラスはくくられたもんが狼じゃったかどうか山に聞ける。雲は狼から一晩だけ他人を守ってやれるよう山に頼める。
These are literally just the roles in Mafia, except no one knows who's what.
その通りじゃと私も聞いておりますよ、おじいさん。
狼来たの。
あんたこれを知っとったのですか。あんたボケとるかと思ったが信心があったのね。
When the old lady calls you senile.
おじいちゃんのことは置いといて、じゃあこの中の誰かがそれぞれの力を受けてるはずだってこと？
それってどういうこと？というか神様とかお守りとか本当にあるの？
The drunk waifu girl is the spider then? Maybe. I mean, we were basically protected for the night.
ただ昔話になぞらえて
But only one night.
誰かが人殺しをしてるだけじゃ。
But wait, we get killed if we step out, so maybe she's not all protecting for a night? I'd like to think that if we step out, that was Haruaki's stupidity railroading us into death.
はるちゃんや神様はちゃんとおる。
そんなの信じてるだけでしょ。
そんなことはない。みんな生まれてからこれまでに神内様のお姿を見とるはずじゃ。
そんなの。
はるちゃん落ち着いて。大丈夫？
うん、ごめん。
真偽はともかく今は分かってることを情報として整理するところだよ。いろいろと決めるのはまだ早い。
Also, if you want to get technical, the way her hair sticks out is kinda spider-like.
さっきのお守りのカゴの話もっと分かりやすくしよ
う。若い子はもっとちゃんと昔の話を覚えんといかんね。
蛇は見破る、猿は手を取る、カラスは味を見る、雲は守る。
So the snake can ask the mountain who if someone's the wolf before anyone's killed. The monkeys know who the monkeys are, so they know that each other is definitely not the wolf. The crow can ask the mountain who the wolf is if the person who was killed is the wolf. If the person who gets hanged is the wolf, so if they got it right or not. And the spider protects for like one night.
蛇は大衆に紛れた狼を発見することができた。ちなみに蛇は身車家の守護獣でもある。猿は守護する者同士が狼でないことを確実に知っている。猿は樋口家の守護獣でもありますな。カラスは死んだ者が狼かどうか知ることができる。我が野里家の守護獣がカラスだ。
貧乏臭いよね。
黙れ。そして雲は誰かの家に狼が入ることを防ぐ。
Oh.
雲は植松家を守護している。
So the spider's a white-haired girl.
そうですね。それぞれの家の門にもそれぞれのお守りがあしらわれています。
But there are two of the four families that we haven't seen any names yet here.
でも実際はそれぞれの加護を受けた人はどうやってその力を借りるんだろう。
蛇は夜他の生きとるもんの名前を何かに書いて枕の下に置いて寝る。翌朝それが人か狼様か神内様に教えてもらえるそうよ。
Assuming they didn't die.
猿は2人おって加護を受けた時にもう一人の猿が誰かを神内様に教わるそうじゃ。カラスは前の日にくくられたもんが人かどうか知れるそうだわね。雲は他の生きとるもんの名前を何かに書いて枕に敷けばそのもんは一晩狼様から守られる。そうしてお守り様方の力を借りてあたしらはくくる一人を選ばねばならんということ。
Just slowly hang until there's zero population in this settlement.
狼様をみんなくくれば勝ち。狼様にみんなやられれば負けよ。やすくん、わかったかいね。
わかりました。けど
そもそもばあちゃん、どっからそんなの聞いたんだ？
From some game popular with kids in the US and overseas.
あたしはあたしのおばあちゃんに聞いたのよ。
Last year they had a population of 20, and probably a year before that was like 30, 35.
とにかくそれじゃあ長者それぞれの血筋の人がそれぞれの加護を受けてるってことよね。
It took so long to get here? Yeah, it's in like
それはどうかな。
20 minutes.
車家の演者は絶縁者含めてここにはいないし。
宴でお守りが誰に力を授けるかは。
じゃあ誰なの？
下手に明かせば狼様に狙われるかもしれない。
んなこと言ってたら
It's been 20 minutes and we're learning the rules to the game of Mafia.
そうかしら。例えば
めんどくせえ。ダラダラしてても話が進まねえだけだ。
Thank you! Someone gets it.
みんな聞いてくれ。蛇の守護を受けたのは俺だ。
Oh.
匠にそれは本当なの？というかどうやってそれが。
言い忘れておったよ。お守りはね、夢枕に立つ。そして選ばれたものに印を。
Part of it is because the main exposition characters are the old people and they talk slow.
お力をお借りするならば頼りにしたためて枕元に入れればいい。印により答えが示される。
そうだ、俺にも印があった。夢は正直覚えてねえな。
蛇は見破る。じゃあ匠兄ちゃんにはこの場の誰が狼かもう分かってるってことなの？
いや、さっき言ったじゃろう。頼りにしたためねばならん。それも選べるのは一夜に一人だけ。
And now he's dead.
明日の朝になるまで分からないってこと？
そうじゃ。
一つ聞いていいかね、ムロ。
なんだよ。
君はどうしてそんな極めて重大な情報を何のリターンもないこのタイミングで開示したのだ？
どうしてって他に決める材料がねえから。
And now we know he's dead.
聞いた限りだと蛇の能力はとても大事です。狼にとっては非常に手強い相手だと言える。だからそれを簡単に明かしてしまうと匠兄が危ないってことに。
He could also be lying.
そんなもん怖くねえよ。
なぜ怖くないと言えるんだね、君は。相手はあんな風に人を殺す化け物だぞ。
なんだ、化け物とか信じてるじゃん。
今のは言葉のあやだ。とにかく今我々は一つの武器を失ったということになる。
勝 手に決めてんじゃねえ。お前に何がわかるってんだ。おい。
わかるとも。皆様聞いていただきたいのですがね、この場で何か言えばそれは狼に情報提供していることでもあるんだ。明かさなくていいことは明かさずに話を進めるべきだ。そうではないかね。
Oh, look at him using the let's keep our hands close to our chest card.
そうですね。それで一つ思いついたことがあるんですけど。
今私が喋っているんだ。
No one gives a shit about you.
黙れ兵六。やす、言え。
No one literally gives a shit about you.
匠兄が正体を明かしたことを極力有効に利用するには、彼を雲に守ってもらうのがいいと思う。この中にいる雲は正体を明かさずに夜、頼りをしたためるとかして匠兄を守るのがいい。
Yeah, but the spider could also be killed. Most selfish people will want to protect themselves.
これで匠兄は助かる。どうかな。
いいんじゃねえか。
やす、おやっさん。
匠は今日安全になる。蛇にこう誰かを調べ。
匠姉ちゃんが明日調べた結果は間違いなく正しいってことね。
そうなるね。
匠兄ちゃん、誰を調べてどんな結果が出ても嘘を言わないって誓える？
そんなもん決まってるさ。
じゃあ今日はそれでいいんじゃない？何の証拠もないのに誰かを殺すとかやっぱり無理があると思う。
本当にそれでいいのかよ。
何かまずいと思うのか。
Can you have a day without hanging anyone in Mafia? I thought you had to hang someone every single day.
別にただ待つってのが性に合わねえだけだ。
それはわかるけど。あ、でも匠兄が誰を調べるかはみんなの前で言っておいた方がいい。
どうして？
匠兄が誰かを調べて、その結果が匠兄に不都合だった時、別の人を占ったって嘘つくのを防げる。
嘘なんてつかねえよ。
This kid has no trust.
合理的だな。
別に匠姉ちゃんに限らないでしょ。身内は誰だってかばいたいもん。でも今はそんな場合じゃないし。あと利点がもう一つ。誰を優先的に調べたらいいかって点は少なくともみんなで話し合えるでしょ。
そうだな。そのくらいの話し合いはしておきてえところだ。
I'm getting a little tired of pushing
安
buttons.
永は誰がいいと思う？
僕はちょっとわからないけど、それこそ不当に選ばれそうな人は先に調べておいた方が安心かな。
では私を調べてもらえないか。正直なところを言えばそうでもないと発言権すら得られなさそうなの
Well,
で、ね。
you're also annoying as fuck.
なくったって喋るんじゃん。
じゃあ器用を調べる。それでいいか？
異論はねえな。じゃあ今日は誰も釣るさん。
本当にそれでいいのかね。
ああ、大丈夫だ。これで解散。
Half an hour
本当に寝てる。
of explaining the rules to Mafia.
今日のは終わったぞ。待たせたな。
それはよかった。いたたたた。
I guess that's good for people who haven't played it before, but oh
そ
jeez.
の宴とかっていう
Would've been
のは
nice if we
単
could
なる
skip
儀
that.
式なんです。不吉を退けるような類の。
いや、寄り合いみたいなもんだ。
なるほど。犯人探しをするね。
春明さん、くちばしの突っ込み方がだんだん露骨になってきてる。
うん。どうやら純然たる被害者らしいということに気づいたので、それなら自衛のために知識を仕入れようかと。
匠兄ちゃん、私の方から説明しといていい？
ああ、そうだな。頼む。俺は片付けやら
Oh,
何
you've
や
never
らし
played
ねえ
it,
と。
Pancat? Okay, never mind. It was useful. It was
片
needed.
付けってもし
I
かし
take
て
it all back.
遺体を片付けるの？
そうだね。タイバーちゃんあたりが読み人は皿長に流せとか言いそう。
Oh, whoops. Forgot there are parts I have to read. Then again, it didn't seem like anyone expected the cops to show up in the first place.
じゃあ早速聞きたいことがあるけど。
場所を移そうか。邪魔が入らない場所に。
ここは
Chiemi took me to the place where I'd met Rikako Uematsu and Meiko. It was a grass field with stones littered all over. It bordered Sarunaga.
私たちの信仰の中心はある意味ここ首吊り松の墓所。
随分と物騒な名前だ。
The place was filled with dense mist, but it was probably thinner than that in the rest of the settlement. The sunlight seemed brighter here. I could see even a bit further. The hanging pine had to be the old-looking tree at the edge.
ここは墓地なの？
そう、集落の方の岩はなんだかわからないけど、ここのやつは明確にお墓。春明さん、最初にここ通った時に墓石にけつまずいてたでしょ。ダメだよ、ごめんなさいしなきゃ。
Ooh, he's been cursed. He's just been cursed.
は、そうだったのか。その時に言ってほしい。安水のご先祖様たち、すみませんでした。
ごめん、怖がっちゃうと思ってさ。緊急避難とはいえ、こんな半分廃墟みたいで化け物もいる村に来てもらうんだから。
君は化け物を信じているのか
？I asked, ignoring what I'd seen for myself.
うん、信じてる。
Chiemi's voice resounded through the impossibly thick, cloudy air.
君は信じないタイプだと思ってた。
春明さんは信じる人を気持ち悪いって思っちゃうタイプかな？
それは言い過ぎかも。
嘘だ。顔に書いてある。
Was it that obvious? It wasn't like I found it disgusting or anything. I just didn't think I could get along with people who believe stuff like that despite a lack of actual proof. Apparently, leaving the toilet and getting mauled to pieces did not count as actual proof for Haruaki here. That was probably how it was.
じゃあ理由を聞きたいな。
理由？そんなのないよ。
そうは思えないんだが。
言ったら、そうだな。神様を見たことがあるから、かな。
That's a hell of a thing to drop on us. That was a...
ほら、気持ち悪い。
詳しく聞かせてほしい。
おっと、引かないね。でもそれはともかく、もっと直近の危機について話そうよ。
She was hiding something. It was either that hard to explain or a lot more important than she was acting.
宴とやらについてか。まあ今はそれでいいや。
チエミエクスプレイン！
イエーイ！説明って意味ね。
A graveyard probably wasn't the place to joke around like this, but at least you could see past your nose. And it didn't seem like we had to worry about anyone eavesdropping. I tried putting together everything Chiemi had told me. First, Fujiyoshi Village had a unique legend. There might have been similar ones somewhere outside, but I'd just treat it as Fujiyoshi exclusive for the time being. The people here worship the god called Great Lord Shinai, the avatar of Shinai, or just Shinai-san. Also, the mountain this village was on was called Mount Shinai, meaning this religion deified a mountain. Anyway, sometime in the past, not known when, Shinai-san had helped the people living here by sending 5 beasts called guardians. However, just like nature could be really harsh, he had a scary side too, and if you didn't follow his laws of the mountain, he'd curse you without mercy. The old Kami-sama was the ultimate form of his cruelty. Though the old Kami-sama watched over the hunt, the old Kami-sama also oppressed, tortured, and punished humans. The other guardians, though, were largely benevolent ones. The snake predicted the weather and harvest yields, bolstering the humans' prosperity. The monkeys defied the wolves, secretly teaching the people of fire, along with the other important bits of knowledge. The crow pecked at and ate up the fish of the Yomibito, the enemies of Shinai-san. The spider warded off the Yomibito and ensured that the humans slept and dreamt soundly. The Yomibito did, indeed, mean people from Yomi, as in the land of the dead, but apparently it wasn't very clear what they actually were. But just as I'd suspected before, It was thought they had something to do with the corruption, death, and the land of Yomi. The most likely idea was that they were the dead that had returned from Yomi to bring harm to the people still alive. At the start of the legend, Shinai-san, the animals, and humans were facing the Yomibito. Apparently, that was still how it was in Kami Fujiyoshi, the leading part of Fujiyoshi. It was the basis of the teachings of the great Lord Shinai's religion. Thanks to that, the five beasts, including the Okami-sama and Shinai-san, were still worshipped there. In Yasumizuro, however, things were a bit different. The legend here had a turning point when the humans, snake, monkeys, crow, and spider cooperated to kill the Okami-sama. With the destruction of their cruel rule, the human village experienced great growth. That had been when the four head families, who were said to have the blood of the four guardians in their veins, were formed. The snake was Miguruma, the monkeys were Higuchi, the crow was Nosado, and the spider was Uematsu. However, it didn't end there. The Okami-sama joined the Yomibito's side and became a sinister creature that wanted to bring harm to humans. The Saranaga Rapids were Yomibito territory, and the Okami-sama appeared from there whenever the evening mists come. The Okami-sama would then kill an inhabitant, take on their form, and act like them. But at night, they would show their true self and brutalize the real inhabitants. That was why the people of Yasumizu, who lived next to the Saranaga Rapids, had to stop them. For that, Great Lord Shinai created an event called the Feast of the Yomi Purge. Despite the name, it was no banquet, but a ritual to kill the wolf. In the feast, the villagers were allowed to kill one person a day. You had to basically kill your own people, something that was taboo for ages, but it was permitted here in order to rid the group of the wolf. Some humans were also given the powers of the guardians: snake, monkeys, crow, and spider. It was like a banquet of betrayal. They all drank some sake and chose someone to kill.
それが今ここで起きてることの大体の説明かな。
なるほど。
It was a lot to unpack, but I got the gist of it. Basically, the humans betrayed the Okami-sama, one of their guardian divinities, and were still paying the price. But there were some points I didn't really get.
ちえみちゃんにだけ言うけど、僕はどうもその狼様ってのを見たかもしれない。
嘘、どこで？
トイレのドアの隙間から見えたようなって感じなんだけど。
I couldn't tell her that I'd had a realistic dream where I was killed.
人間の体に狼の頭だったような気がする。
嘘。
ああ、それはこいつマジで目撃してるって意味でいいのかな。
うん。新内さんのお祭りでも狼様は人身露面で描かれるし、上富士吉に祀られてる像もそうだし。
ちなみに僕はその前後に女性の悲鳴を聞いている。だから僕はあいつが間宮さんを殺したのだと思った。それはいわゆる血祭りなのか？殺して入れ替わるの話だったら彼女の死体が出るわけはないし。
ごめん、説明し忘れた。新内さんの掟は厳しいから逆らうと様々な罰が与えられるそうで。
What rule did she break?
さっき言ってたやつのことかな。
つまりその宴の支度としてお風呂に入って一人で鍵かけて閉じこもって寝るというのに触れちゃったから。
But he did too.
だから汚れで死んじゃったということだと思うわけ。
I don't see how you get such mutilated corpses from something called the corruption, but there was something more important.
ということはあの夜、君はその掟の存在も知らせずに僕を便所マン化し、挙句に死なせる気満々だったんだな。
Turned me into toilet man.
違うよ。あのね、正直よそ者はどうやっても助からないって思ったんだ。だけどせめてもしかしたら生き残れるかもしれない方法を伝えたくて。見殺しは嫌だったから。
そしてなんと本当に生き残ったと。
うん、春明さんには悪いけど相当意外だった。
残念だったね。ブッシュ殺されなくて。
He's very glad about this.
ふざけないで。私は春明さんが死ななくて本当に良かったと思ってる。
Wasn't sure how to feel about this, but hey, at least she tried, right?
ふむ。じゃあ悲鳴は結局間宮さんの断末魔なのか、それとも狼にやられた別の誰か。
それはちょっと。
例えばぶっちゃけてあの時の悲鳴が君のもので、君はすでに狼だって話も考えられるのか。
His lack of trust in anyone is probably gonna really help him here.
まあ話の上はもちろん私は自分が狼じゃないって知ってるし、そう言うけど。
みんなそう言いますよと。
その通りだけどね。
Now this was a predicament.
質問その1。
はいどうぞ。
狼様が2人いるってことの根拠はあのマークだけなの？
I recalled the strange symbols on the large rock. The two warped diamonds with spirals inside.
あれは黄泉から戻った狼様の印だから、あれが2つあるってことは2人だってことだと思う。
憶測なわけだね。
でも多分そうだよ。山祭りっていうのがあって、毎年お守りの仮装行列みたいなのが出るんだけど、狼様の役が何人出るか似たような方法で発表されるから。
そもそも狼様は、
一応神内様の社には3人の狼様の像が飾ってある。
神内様 shrine, huh?
お祭りに何人の狼様が出るかは占いか何かで身車が決めてるみたいだけど、決まったら夜の間にサインを出すんだ。
ああやって岩に何か書くのか。
置き場、ああいう岩は上富士吉にないから。そうじゃなく社の境内の地面に描かれるらしいよ。
Hey P, thanks for the sub. You did in fact get the trash bag.
らしい。
安水のものはお守りのご来訪を安水で待つ習わしだから見たことないんだ。
とにかくその時にあのマークが1個書かれてたら、行列には1人だけ狼様の役がいると。
厳密には違うかな。上富士吉の狼様のサインはもっとちゃんとした綺麗なひし形だし、あのひし形にぐるぐるってなったのは地獄から復活した狼様のサインで、その話って安水にしかないし。
なるほど。でもどっちにしろそこで示された数の分だけ狼様が行列に加わると。
そうそう、お祭りだと3人いたらめでたいらしいよ。
Meanwhile, a three-wolf festival here means, fuck it, everyone is dead. Chiemi herself didn't look the least bit happy to talk about it. Anyway, all I had to take from this was that there were at most 3 Okami-sama, wolves. I had to fix my perception of the situation. The wolves were a group of 3 werewolves. I liked the changed art. I wasn't too well versed in myths and folklore, but I certainly hadn't heard of any Japanese myth about werewolves or wolfmen. I did hear of Jinmenken and of possession by fox spirits, but werewolves did seem like a very European thing. On the other hand, the fact that there were 3 of them seemed pretty standard. I guess it had something to do with presentation, trinities and all that. Though the idea of 3 werewolves did seem a bit excessive in terms of content. Anyway, I now had a better grasp of the situation. That made it easier to understand what was going on here.
じゃあ 他の守護獣の加護を受ける人は何人いるの？
猿だけ2人で他は1人だよ。
そうか。じゃあお守りが5人に狼が2人、他は狼が複数いるのは参ったな。
I am beginning to skip a little because I'm getting a little impatient. We're at an hour of exposition now.
手強いって意味で？
それもあるけど、1日に1人しか殺せないんだろう。複数いればそれだけ全滅までに時間がかかることになる。
Haruaki would make a fine anthropologist. All we know about him is that he's a student and he sat in on pathology things.
ああ、そうか。狼が1人しかいなかったらカラスもいるはずないのか。
Also that he's a shitty person.
どうして？
カラスの能力は死体が狼か人間かを判別するってものだよね。つまり狼が死んでも変身が解けて正体を晒したりはしない。多分普通に人間っぽい死体が残るんだ。だからカラスの能力は有用になる。彼がいなければ鑑定はできないってわけ。
You can read fast, Pancat?
それはそうかも。だけどそれと狼の数の関係は？
もし狼が1人しかいないとします。狼が殺されました。答えは何も起きない。正確には狼による殺人が止まる。ゲームクリア。人類の勝利ってわけだ。
What I'm doing is I'm just listening for what seems like right points to cut to the next line in Japanese.
あ、そういうことか。つまり狼が1人だけなら殺人の有無イコール狼の生死。カラスの加護がいらないんだ。
ご明察。
春明さん鋭い。
いや、気づいても何にもならないポイントだし。
にしてもこの状況でよく頭が回るよ。やっぱただの学生じゃなくない？
じゃあ何だって言うんだい？
探偵とか。
いいね。田舎の難事件を解決しに来た。
普段は浮気調査と債務調査が仕事。
急にリアルになったな。ともかく他にも聞きたいことはある。狼は1日に何人まで殺せる？今日の晩には全員皆殺しとかだ。
それもないでしょ。さっきの話だけど蛇とかは誰を調べるか今夜山に聞くそうだし。
そうだろうね。雲だって一人守って自分含む他が全滅ならばやはり役に立たないカゴだ。
I have been the spider role in a game of Mafia before, the nurse basically, and I got killed while protecting someone else. It sucked.
いや、最初に疑問だったのがね、間宮さんと橋本さん2人死んでるのは2人殺せるのでも相当にヤバい。しかし1日に1人ならまあそうなると別の疑問も出るけど、人知を超えた化け物が複数いてなぜに殺す数について自重してるのか。
不思議かな。
Puts head in hands as you can learn the rules of the game in like 5 minutes. Yeah, this is a visual novel. It's taking the novel part very seriously.
だってそうでしょ。3匹とかいたら1人分の肉をシェアするなんてお腹すくんじゃない？
狼は多分人間を食べるって目的で襲ってるんじゃないよ。
ふむ、単純に復讐で惨殺してるって？
それもよくわからないけど、別に狼はそうしたいからそうしてるんじゃなくて、狼もまた何かの掟みたいなものに従ってるんじゃないかなって気がする。
That was what bothered me so much. The feast of the Yomi Purge had rules, and breaking them would mean being taken by the corruption, some sort of supernatural punishment from Shinai-san. If this was really just divine retribution, surely he would want the Yomibito done away with immediately. However, instead, the humans retained the aid of their guardians, and only one kill was permitted each day. Even the wolves couldn't break the rule. Were the laws of the mountain equally binding to both man and wolf? In Christian theology, both humans and Satan were God's creations, equal before him and all acting based on his master plan. Was the god of the mountains similarly inclined? A legend of slain wolves and their revenge. Was it really that simple? Or was there something else going on? It was quite scary, and I wanted to know all about it.
少なくとも狼が何人殺すかは年配の方々に確認した方がいいかも。
そうだね。というか本当に今夜また誰かが殺されるのかな。
もう2人も死んでるじゃん。実際は顔を盗まれた誰かも死んでるかもしれないけど、まずい。死体片付けるならできるだけ調べておかないと。複数人の死体が混じってないかとか。
Haruaki wants to check dead bodies.
それ朝一で肝臓じいちゃんが調べた。骨も内臓も2人分しかないって。
2 people's worth of bone and guts. That's how you tell how many people have died. By bones and guts.
本当？彼はプロなの？
漁師だから動物ばらすのは得意よ。
Well, that makes sense.
関連して思い出した。ある意味もっと大事なことだ。どうしてここを逃げ出して警察を呼ぼうとしない？はぐらかさず話してもらうよ。僕は今自分が取れる最善の手段としてそうすべきだと思っているんだからね。
I was aware the people here were superstitious, but those superstitions are getting people killed. So why was not a single person objecting?
ここからは逃げられない。
どういう意味か。
ちょっと難しい。けど私たちは知ってるんだ。どうやったってここから逃げられない。知っているからあえてそれをやりたくない。
それは体験または教育された？
ごめん、はっきりはわからないんだ。ただ知っている。宴が始まれば誰も休みずからは逃げられない。
And that's why they were trying to chase him out yesterday. So it wasn't logic, but blind conviction. Or perhaps she'd subconsciously gained that knowledge through some experience. Yeah, as if.
根拠はないが、ここからは出られないと思うわけだ。
We have Siren, we have Silent Hill, we've got Resident Evil references. We had at least one more horror game mentioned. I just don't remember what. Oh, Resident Evil 2.
そうだね。多分みんなそう言うと思う。
ただの盲信である可能性は否定しない？
否定はできない。
山の神に無視されたらしい僕が一人で外に行ってみるよ。
私は全力で止める。他の人がそれに賛成したとしたら、春明さんは死んでもいいって意味。
That was pretty scary.
心配してもらえてるってことかな。
So it's sort of like, okay, let's send him off as, if you'll pardon the term, a guinea pig to see if someone can escape.
安水で一番心配してますよ。
ありがとう。愛を感じるよ。
愛？
She was going all red on me now. This seems to be taking it pretty far for an act.
違います。良識。
他の人が良識がないかのような。
少なくともみんなよそ者に対しては見た目よりずっと冷たいと思った方がいい。私は半分よそ者みたいなものだからそれがわかるし。
親近感でツーリングにも同意したと？
いや、だってあれが根性の別れになるかもしれなかったし、それならせめて色良い返事をしとこうかな。
うわ、道場からの空手方かよ。じゃあこれ抜け出したら改めて誘うぞ。
He's gonna make her take that trip with him anyway.
どうしようかな。あ、でもバイク壊れたから無理じゃ。
デートのためならローンで買い直すし。
Haruaki is pretty terrible.
デート？そうか、そうなるか。あとどっちにしてもこれで OK したら死ぬ前振りみたいになるから出られてから考えよう。そうしよう。
Shit. First she was all over me, and now she was playing hard to get. In normal circumstances, that could be kind of fun. But right now she was the only one I could rely on. The emotional support would have been nice.
話戻るけど、警察については 別に今じゃなくても期待。
超常現象だから。
うん、それもあるけど、上藤吉には駐在さんがいるだけだし。
What happens if she's a wolf? Well, he's dead, isn't he? Also, why does the big city only have just one police officer?
安水で何が起きたって上藤吉は何もしてくれないからね。
うすうす思ってたことがあるんだけど。
正解。
I hadn't even said anything yet.
そうです。安水ってのは要するに藤吉村の中の村8部の集落なんです。
And that's why they sent the annoying rich dude here. She really did guess what I was gonna say. Ostracism. In ancient times, villages often punished criminals and the like by ostracizing them. They were ignored and excluded from all social welfare aid. Basically, people were excluded from the larger group and treated coldly. It was one step away from banishment. It wasn't just emotional torment either. Back in those days, not getting the help of other people was a matter of life and death, making this quite a harsh punishment.
何かやった人なの？
そういうわけじゃない人のが多い。牧島さんちや山脇さんちや室さんちは大昔から安水のものだし、内緒にしてくれる？
もちろん。
織部香織さんはもともと樋口家によそから嫁いできたけど、旦那さんがちょっとヘマをして亡くなって。
Oh, that sucks.
それでまだ小さかった安くん連れてこっちに移り住まされたって聞いてる。
So she got forced into this mess. Well, yeah, that wasn't a pleasant story. I had heard ostracism still survived even in this day and age. Some rural groups would brazenly cut off your gas or water supplies if you didn't fit in. Then again, humans in cities had their own communication problems. Basically, humans really hadn't changed much over the years. Still, ostracism because of family troubles in this day and age seems so weird, ugly, and behind the times.
モッチーなんて野里家の元嫡なんだからね。お坊ちゃまなんだよ、実は。
え、そうなの？
Oh, Mochi is a rich kid.
うん、清之助さんとはおじとおいの関係。
They were nothing alike. Hasn't heard about cancel culture. No, he's apparently quite out of it.
ただ、モッチーちょっと変なので、養子に出されてそのまま休みず行き。
Oh yeah, Kiyonosuke, she had said something like that. Sheesh, what century did they think it was?
君は？
たはー、ちょっと悪さが過ぎまして。
She did an oopsie.
昔は荒れてたとか？
まあそういうのダメ？
むしろタイプ。
責めるね、お兄さん。
With her pulling hit and runs, I really had no choice. He's going all in on her. All right. That's been a lot of exposition. We're gonna call it here for today, guys. It's been 4 hours and 43 minutes, and at least an hour and 15 minutes of it, definitely at least an hour, was dedicated to explaining the rules of Mafia. If you have never played Mafia or never heard about Mafia, like say Pencat, I really hope that helped you. Yeah, but the plot's picked up? Yes. That's what happens after exposition. The plot picks up. So yeah, we're going to call it a night for today, but you know the drill. We're picking this up tomorrow. Same time, 7:30, same Twitch channel, Zokubun. And in the meanwhile, have a good night. Make sure you cleanse yourselves, lock yourselves up in single buildings, and sleep well so the werewolves don't get you.